The Liberating Cross with Bill Frazier, Maryknoll priest from New York. A seminar with the Sisters of St. Joseph at Hunters Hill, August the 8th and 9th, 1997, tape 1.
I could never figure out exactly what that meant. That God has taken everyone into disobedience so that God may be merciful on everyone. And that was sort of in the back of my mind when I went to Rome and began my studies there in systematic theology. And eventually it had an impact on the way I began to think about the cross. When I was in the seminary, the model of the cross that was presented to me, I'm sure, is the one that is perhaps most familiar to you, namely that idea of Jesus offering an infinite reparation or satisfaction for us to the Father because our first parents had committed an infinite offense against him. That was pretty much what I grew up with in the seminary, that idea. The more I thought about the mercy of God and how strongly that comes through in that text of Romans, the more I wondered if maybe that particular model of the cross falls somewhat short of what we really need to do justice to this great mystery. I know from a little reading of the life of Mary MacKillop that that was also her theology of the cross. Sister Eleanor Capper was good enough to send me some materials on her life and her thought about the cross. And at that time in history, that particular model of the cross, that offering of an infinite satisfaction to the Father to balance off the scales of justice so that the gates of heaven could be opened, that was almost taken as dogma. And it's not surprising that she entered into that and worked with that. But the more I read of the material that was sent to me, the more I realized that Mary MacKillop, however faithful she was to that particular theology of the cross, that Mary MacKillop instinctively and spontaneously had moved beyond that. And I'm sure you're much more aware of that than I am. I'm going to, tomorrow morning, I'm going to do a little work or a little criticism or critique of that model of the cross, of the satisfaction model. But she did that critique with her life. When it came to expressing her theology, she used that terminology about satisfaction. But when it came to life, there was what I can only call a mysticism of the cross that I found in some of the things that she reflected on. That Mary MacKillop, when she thought of the cross, she thought of as the closer she could come to the cross and to the mystery that it represents, the closer she came to Jesus himself. And I think that ruled her life, or at least a great part of her life. It's a really good example because it shows you how someone with her wisdom and her holiness, while accepting the basic theology of the church at that time, could move spontaneously beyond it. And I, during these sessions with you today and tomorrow, I want to see if I can put a little flesh on that model that I think she was instinctively moving toward. Obviously, she wasn't able to develop that in any great detail, but I think it's there. And so I'm looking forward to these 2 days of reflection with you, so that we can move together in our own journey into the understanding of the cross, the way she entered into her journey to understand and respond to it in her life. I want to ask you or suggest to you that the best way of profiting from the materials that we're going to be working with is to begin with kind of calling to mind your own thinking about the cross. In what sense does it make to you? How do you give it meaning? What comes to your mind when you think of how the cross worked as a saving mystery? If you can begin with some tentative idea of what the cross means to you in that regard, I think these 2 days can be very helpful. I think it's far more important for you during these days to get in touch with your own thinking about the cross than simply learn what I think about it. And if I can assist you by telling you some of the things that I've discovered about the cross, that would be a great, to me, a great accomplishment during these 2 days. So I would urge you not just to listen to what I have to say about the cross, but compare it with your own thinking and see to what extent some of these reflections help you to move a little more deeply into this mystery. I'm going to be talking about some things, some aspects of the cross that may strike some of you as new, maybe not all of you, but perhaps some of you will find some of the materials that I work with a little bit different than some of the things that you are most familiar with. But on the other hand, I'm sure you didn't ask me to come to speak to you to simply tell you what you already know. So I didn't think that you wanted me to come in here and just dot a few I's and cross a few T's with regard to the reflection on the cross. I want to come here and see if I can stretch you a little bit in your thinking about this. That doesn't mean you have to buy into what to the proposals I make or the reflections I offer you. But it may mean that listening to some of these things, you will be able to flesh out a little more fully your own ongoing reflection in this regard. By all means, don't buy anything that I say if it doesn't make sense to you and your Christian common sense and your faith. I'm a theologian. I work in the field of theology. Theology is not faith. Theology is reflection on faith, as you know. And theology has to do a little experimenting now and then in order to see if we can get a little more deeply into our faith. And theology isn't any good unless it helps us in that journey more deeply into the mystery of our faith. One thing I want to be, I think we can take for granted as we begin these reflections is that there are few things more central than the cross to what Christianity means. The cross is really so very basic to what Christianity is all about. Karl Rahner said Christianity is the religion of the cross. That's what it is. That's what we're about. Now you might say there are other aspects of Christianity that are even deeper, such as the Trinity and the Incarnation, but even there we get the deepest insight into these mysteries by reflecting on Jesus and his cross. So we're touching here something very, very basic to what it means to be a Christian, not only what it means to be a Josephite and a daughter of Mary MacKillop. One thing that stands in the way of a deeper reflection on this question of the cross is what we are all familiar with as the scandal of the cross. The scandal of the cross, as you know, the Greek term scandal, scandalon, means a stumbling block. It's scary in a way. When you think of the very thing that's right at the heart of our faith, has a history of being a stumbling block for Christians down through the centuries, not only in the beginning. It's hard to understand how something as terrible looking and as terrible to our understanding can be so basic to the way God wants to be present in our lives and present to us in a way that delivers us from the power of evil and brings us to glory. The struggle we have with this is I think, something we have to be continually aware of. I like the familiar, the well-known passage that we have in the first letter of Paul to the Corinthians, where Jews demand signs and Greeks desire wisdom, but we proclaim Christ crucified, a stumbling block to Jews and foolishness to Gentiles, but to those who are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God and the wisdom of God. For God's foolishness is wiser than human wisdom, and God's weakness is stronger than human strength. These words, I think, continue to challenge us to whether or not we are really doing justice to this mystery that is so basic to what we stand for. When Jesus was moving from the Last Supper with his apostles into the garden. As you know, he spoke these words, or he is described in this way. And when they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus said to them, "You will all be scandalized because of me this night. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the flock will be scattered." One of the things I think about in this regard is, when you compare ourselves with the apostles, they were scandalized. They ran away from the cross. But today, here we are. We are followers of Christ who seem to be very comfortable with the cross. We build our churches, we have for a long time built our churches in the shape of a cross. We decorate our Christian things with the cross. We begin and end our prayers with the sign of the cross. I wonder, however, if there is still something of the scandal of the cross that lingers within us. And I have a sense that maybe the apostles might have been a little more honest than we are in this regard. They, I think, took scandal at the cross and ran away. And I suspect sometimes that we take the scandal out of the cross and wear it around our necks. We have ways of domesticating this terrible and beautiful mystery so that its rough edges are not there. We domesticate it, we housebreak it, so that we can live with it more comfortably. In any case, I think it's something worth thinking about. I have a text here from one of the contemporary Protestant theologians. It goes like this: Christians who do not have the feeling that they must flee the crucified Christ have probably not yet understood him in a sufficiently radical way. I think I can say quite honestly, in my own history, the cross was never presented to me in such a way that I felt like fleeing from it. And I think that may be a problem. And maybe it's a problem that we have ways of understanding the cross that are not really doing it justice, and that are taking some of the rough edges off it. I think it would be a healthy thing at times if we would understand the cross so well that we would want to flee from it, and then in fleeing from it, eventually turn back to it. I think it's better to run from the true cross than embrace a distorted one. So I offer that notion to you today to kind of ask you to keep that in the back of your minds. Sometimes we are scandalized by the cross and are not even aware of it. And the way it has come down to us in theology has not always done it justice. We'll be seeing some of that material tomorrow. I want to make 3 clarifications as I speak about the cross and the mystery of death so intimately related with it. First of all, I want to say that although I'm going to be talking a lot about death, that I don't speak about death simply for its own sake, but I'm going to be speaking about death for the sake of life. Okay? But I don't apologize for not speaking all the time or all that much about life. I assume that the mystery of death is the way that God has given us to enter fully into life. I'm also going to be speaking about death not only as death at the end of life, but death as it happens during the course of life. And I think that's also very important, because sometimes we delude ourselves into thinking that we are not being touched by death because we are not yet terminal patients. Well, we are constantly being touched by death. I like to call it what some have called it in recent years, the brothers and sisters of death that accompany us all the time during our lives, in terms of failure and frustration and disappointment and loss, all kinds of things that occur during life that have the shape of death to them. And when I talk about death, I want to speak about it in that broad sense, not only death at the end, but death in that sense of these events that occur during the course of life. And finally, although I'm going to be speaking about death, I'm not going to be speaking about it in isolation from resurrection. There's no sense of simply talking about death unless it leads us into the mystery of transformation and glory. But I'm not going to be talking about resurrection as such, because resurrection is not a problem, in the sense that resurrection looks every bit like a saving mystery. But the death of Jesus doesn't look like a saving mystery. It looks like anything but a saving mystery. It looks like the problem, more like a problem than a solution. And I think we have to face into that honestly and openly, so that our understanding of the cross may not leap over the mystery of death and quickly into resurrection and miss the contribution that death itself makes to that saving mystery. I have the little schema that I gave you and these papers that you have give you some idea of what I want to deal with during these 2 days. Maybe I should begin by explaining that strange-looking word, starology. If you happen to read that in the top. I don't know why I put that in there, but anyway. The term starology refers to the study of the cross. Staros is the Greek term for cross. Okay. And so I'm going to be working with what I've described here as 4 breakthroughs toward a contemporary starology, a contemporary reflection or theological reflection on the cross. Now I'm going to be adjusting the sequence, however, of these 4 breakthroughs, partially because of some of the feedback and the experience I had in addressing your sisters in Perth and Adelaide and Melbourne. In each of those cases, I was moving along toward this session 4 in the Trinitarian breakthrough, and I never really got to it. And I should have gotten to it. I should have used the time a little more judiciously and so on, but I just never was able to do any kind of justice at all to that final breakthrough. So what I'm going to do this evening, with your permission, is I'm going to start with the Trinitarian breakthrough, if that's okay, so that we won't pass over that. We'll get that one under our belts in any case, and then I'm also going to this evening in our second session, I'm going to pick up session 2, which is the incarnational breakthrough. And then tomorrow morning, I will begin with what is on your schedule here as session 1, the critical breakthrough, and move to session 3, the thanatological breakthrough. Thanatology, by the way, is the study of death. Thanatos is the Greek term for death. Okay. So, with your permission, I will begin this evening with what I have called the Trinitarian breakthrough. I'm talking about a breakthrough toward understanding the cross better. That's what I mean. The idea of, does the Trinity itself, can the Trinity itself give us, some kind of deep and penetrating insight into what occurred in the mystery of Calvary. There was a book published a few years ago, and I like the title better than the book itself. But the title is this: What Was God Doing on the Cross? Okay. It's a book by Alistair McGrath. What was God doing on the cross? And that's the heading under which I want to begin this reflection with you this evening on this Trinitarian breakthrough to an understanding of the cross. I've given you two readings for that. You have them in your list there near the end, or one of them is near the end, I guess, of the materials that I gave you. Incidentally, those materials, they're pretty much in sequence. If you keep them the way they were distributed to you, you will be able to access them more easily. You will see that each of these sessions has a couple of readings connected with it, and that's what you've been given already. We won't be referring to all of them, but I think you may find it helpful to consult some of that material between the sessions if you have time this evening, or after these sessions are finished tomorrow. Okay. What are we dealing with when we're talking about a Trinitarian breakthrough to the understanding of the cross? I wonder if I could ask you to think about rather obvious ways in which our Catholic practice has in fact tied these two mysteries together, the Trinity and the cross. Can you think of any particular way? The sign of the cross. More and more, when I think about that marvelous symbol, I think that it must have been more than just an arbitrary connecting of these two mysteries. That there is something very deep about the fact that when we make the sign of the cross, we express our belief in Trinity. As though to say, this mystery of the cross is deeply connected with with our understanding of God as Christians, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I want to say that this beautiful symbol that which we use to begin and end our prayers keeps us in touch with this deepest mystery of our lives, and I think urges us toward a reflection on the cross that will uncover some of its Trinitarian implications. Do you think of anything else where we connect these two realities? The cross and the Trinity. Pardon? In the Mass, definitely. In the Eucharist. Constantly these symbols are being drawn together.
Glory be to the Father.
Pardon?
The glory be to the Father.
Glory be to the Father. Okay. The prayers that we use just spontaneously, almost, as Christians and Catholics, continually draw us back in some way or other to the fact that we are believers not just in one God, but in one God who is three. Okay. How about the sacrament of baptism? Okay. When we baptize people, as you know, in Romans 6 tells we baptize them into the death of Christ. Romans 6, okay. I baptize you in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. We plunge people into the mystery of death as we recite the Trinitarian Creed. Once again, therefore, it is deeply tied into us. I gave you the second, one of the first items that you have there with you. I think it might be the very second one. It has this picture. Okay. There are three pictures here. Three pieces of pictures of artworks from the medieval period. And I wanted to call your attention to here again how, incidentally, this type of art, this way of depicting the Trinity is called the Throne of Grace. And I wanted to call your attention to the fact that as the Trinity is depicted here, you have the dove in this first page, you have the dove at the top, the symbol of the Spirit, you have the Father below the dove, and then of course Jesus on the cross. I wonder, why they did it that way. For instance, maybe they could have depicted Jesus, instead of being on the cross, as teaching or curing or praying or whatever it might be. But no, they depicted Jesus as a part of the Trinitarian pattern, being on the cross, as though to say, there's something about the cross that enters right into the very heart of the way the Trinity is present in our world. Okay. Now the next two items are quite interesting. The first from the first half of the 12th century. I want to draw your attention to the way the Spirit is depicted here. Okay? Do you see the wing, the top wing of the Spirit? What is it touching? The Father. It's touching the mouth of the Father. Okay? And the bottom wing? Touching the mouth of Jesus. Okay? Now, in Trinitarian theology, we know that the Father and the Son proceeds from the Father Father gives himself entirely to the Son. The Son returns that self-gift to the Father in love. And from the Father and the Son, the Spirit proceeds by way of breath, or spiration is the theological term for it. So you have here in this particular piece of art the Holy Spirit being breathed forth from the Father and the Son, but the Son breathing it forth from the cross. As though to say there's something about the cross that enters into the very nature of the Trinity as it is present in history. If you will look at the third item, you'll find something similar in this 14th century depiction. You see, once again, the Spirit, the dove, is in the middle there. The wing is actually touching the mouth of the Father. This isn't too clearly portrayed in this particular reproduction. But then you see the other wing goes right down to Jesus' mouth. Okay. So the Spirit is coming forth from the Father and the Son, and it's the death of Jesus on the cross that enables the Spirit to come forth. The death of Jesus on the cross allows the Spirit, enables the Spirit to come forth. Okay. So again, you have some of this connecting of the Spirit, or rather the Trinity and the cross, coming through in the very artwork of the Middle Ages. There is one other item that I'll call attention to, and this is the 17th chapter of the Gospel of Luke, verse 33, and it goes this way, and it's probably one of the most mysterious and perhaps frightening texts of the New Testament. It says, "Whoever tries to preserve his life will lose it, and whoever loses it will keep it." Whoever tries to preserve his life will lose it, and whoever loses it will keep it. That's a real paradox. And yet we've read that text many times. We know how central that was to Jesus' message, not only in the Gospel of Luke, but also in the other synoptics and in the Gospel of John. Now, does that suggest at all anything about the Trinity, the mystery of the Trinity? One of the things that we know about the Trinity is that in the Trinity, the Father gives himself away, loses himself in order to bring about the generation of the Son. Father loses himself. But in losing himself, he retains himself. He doesn't cease being Father. He becomes Father. He is, in fact, enabled to be Father by giving himself away toward the Son, bringing the Son into being. The Son loses himself in love toward the Father, but in losing himself, maintains himself. Okay. I think there's something about that kind of basic Trinitarian dynamic that is reflected in this text in the Gospel of Luke. Whoever tries to preserve his life will lose it. Whoever loses his life will keep it. We have difficulty with the Trinity for a number of reasons. One of them being that the doctrine of the Trinity has been handed down to us under such an atmosphere of mystery that we felt that there wasn't anything that we could accomplish by reflecting on it very deeply. That we just accepted it, make it a part, we believe in it, it's part of our creed, but somehow or other, for some reason, we just haven't looked at it with the kind of depth that we need to look at it with in order to understand its implications for our life. We are Trinitarian people. We are not simply made in God's image and likeness. We are made in the image and likeness of the Trinity. That's so basic. And yet, how often we kind of marginate the Trinity and simply speak of our relationship with God. Our God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And the only reason why that particular mystery was revealed to us was that God saw that it was necessary for us to understand that in order to understand both God and ourselves and our relationship with God. We're behind in our attempts to do theological justice to the Trinity. Some Protestant theologians in the last century said it was just one of those auxiliary things that worked its way into the gospel, and some of them simply treated it as an appendix in their theological works. What I'm suggesting is that the Trinity is really the key to everything. That we live in a Trinitarian world. Our world itself is a Trinitarian creation. We should be able to see in the depths of the universe that we live in Trinitarian dynamics and patterns, and yet we're probably not as adept at doing that as we should be. So I want to suggest that when we say God, what was God doing on the cross? I want to suggest that there are levels, basically, of what was going on the cross. There is the ruling category, as I would see it, with regard to the cross, is a Trinitarian category. The cross, in the first instance, has to do with the manifestation of Trinitarian life in history. Does that make any sense? The manifestation of Trinitarian life in history comes through the cross. Okay? That rules everything that the cross means. Beneath that, and deeply related to it, of course, is the mystery of incarnation. I'm going to be touching that later on this evening. The incarnation comes to fullness and completion on the cross. It isn't just something that happens at the beginning of Jesus' life and then it's over with. The incarnation is a process. And it culminates on the cross, and it's deeply related to the Trinity. The incarnation is not just Jesus' thing, it's a Trinitarian thing. Jesus does not freelance, nor does the Spirit. And then the third level is the level of salvation. So you have a Trinitarian dynamic at the deepest and richest level of what the mystery of the cross is. On a secondary level, related to that, is the incarnation, and on a still third level is the mystery of salvation. What happened on the cross was the Trinity, the eternal Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, acting itself out in history. Acting itself out in history. And requiring the death mystery in order to bring that event into Trinitarian life. Jesus' death was, in the first instance, the total surrender of himself to the Father in love. That, I think, is the highest level that we're talking about in terms of the cross. Total surrender of himself to the Father in love. Okay? I don't think we are used to thinking of the cross, first of all, in terms of a dynamic going on in terms of Trinitarian life. The main actors on Calvary was not Jesus and the Roman soldiers who crucified him. The main drama of Calvary is Father and Son deeply entering into union, Trinitarian union, and giving rise to the Spirit in the process. I don't think Mother Mary of the Cross was in a position to spell that out in detail. But the more I read of her material, the more I sense that spontaneously, that's why she showed such affection for the cross. You don't show the kind of affection for the cross that she showed if you're simply working with the idea that the cross is repaying an infinite debt to the Father. There's a far deeper life, rich, spontaneous life value that goes on in that cross, and it's basically Trinitarian life. She had a love affair in that sense with the cross, and she was convinced that that tied her into Jesus. So I would like to just offer you this suggestion that I think this is the way the theology of the cross is moving. It's moving toward taking what happened on Calvary far more seriously than we have taken it in the past, as the three persons of the Trinity bringing into historical focus and manifestation the bond that relates them to each other. That's the first instance of what the cross means as far as I can see. And because of that, and as a part of that, the incarnation culminates, Jesus taking on the flesh of death, and salvation is accomplished. Salvation is accomplished. I think usually when we deal with the cross, we're thinking about the cross in the first instance as a saving mystery. And God knows it is a saving mystery. But if we don't go to those further levels, the incarnational level of the cross and the Trinitarian level of the cross, we're never going to understand adequately the significance that the cross has for salvation and for overcoming the power of sin in the world. Okay. Let me give you, refer to one of the other texts that you have that I gave you. It's called the Centrality of the Cross in Christianity. I think it should be near the top of the materials that I gave you. I'm sorry, it isn't that. I have the wrong one. It's toward a Trinitarian reading of the cross. You have that right at the top, near the top. Okay. What I would like to ask you to do is think carefully about the texts of John that I'm going to point to on this, in this documentation. The first one, John 10:17-18. The Father loves me for this, that I lay down my life to take it up again. No one takes it from me. I lay it down freely. I have power to lay it down, and I have power to take it up again. This command I received from my Father. Think about Calvary happening now. Envision that. And all of the action going on, and all of the soldiers afflicting punishment on Jesus. And then put this in context. What was happening on the cross in the deepest, richest level is precisely this. I'm giving myself back to the Father. That's a Trinitarian relationship. And the Father loves me for this. He loves me that I lay down my life to take it up again. See, that mysterious dynamic. I'm going to give myself away, and in giving myself away, I acquire myself. I have power to lay it down, and I have power to take it up again. This command I received from my Father. You know, you can look at the crucifix, you look at the scene of Calvary, and you see the soldiers taking his life away. They were killing him. But killing is one thing and dying is another. Jesus did the dying. They did the killing. And his dying was a Trinitarian mystery that he entered in under full awareness that he was delivering himself up to the Father. He was freely giving his life to the Father. And that's how the Trinity functions. If you look at number 4 on that same first page, you have the same thing. The Gospel of John is very beautiful and powerful in this regard. Father, the hour has come. Give glory to your Son, that your Son may give glory to you. I have given you glory on earth, finishing the work you gave me to do. Do you now, Father, give me glory at your side, a glory I had with you before the world began. This is all about glory. We want to know, how death and resurrection are related. Resurrection begins to happen on Calvary, during the death, within the death, not after the death. Resurrection is not something that takes Jesus away from death, but rather it's something that germinates out of the soil of death, his death. And then, if you look at the second page, number 8, John 16:5-7. Now that I go back to him who sent me, no one of you asks me, where are you going? Because I have had all this to say to you, you are overcome with grief. Yet I tell you the sober truth. It is much better for you that I go. If I fail to go, the Paraclete will never come to you, whereas if I go, I will send him to you. You know what he means by going. Going through death. That's how he's going to the Father. If I don't go to the Father in death, and with the kind of surrender of love that death requires, the Spirit won't come. In other words, the Trinity won't fully happen in history. So this is a very powerful, focused, highly focused Trinitarian text. It tells us, it wants to alert us to the fact that the main thing going on Calvary as Jesus suffers and dies is Trinity happening in history and culminating its manifestation in history in a complete fullness. Okay? Now I know that isn't the way that we are used to thinking in the first instance of the cross, the meaning of the cross. But I assure you that we are gradually, the theology is gradually moving in that direction. It is beginning to take account of how deeply this mystery of Jesus' death on the cross was tied into the mystery of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit and the relations between them. Look at number 10 on page 2. And this is from George Tavar. Redemption is not a complement or a consequence of Trinitarian life. It is the Trinitarian life itself. Okay. Now here, that third level is coming into the picture. The salvation level or the redemption level is coming into the picture of the cross. But it's intimately tied to the fact that the Trinitarian life is the ruling category. Redemption is not a complement or a consequence of Trinitarian life. In other words, it isn't something that Trinitarian life causes. It is Trinitarian life itself, working itself out in history. On page 3. This is from Matthias Joseph Schieben. And it's the first full paragraph at the top of page 3. Thus the idea of Christ's sacrifice thrusts its roots deep into the abyss of the Trinity. As the incarnation itself was to be the prolongation and extension of the eternal generation, and can be adequately comprehended only from this viewpoint, so the sacrificial surrender of the God-man was to be the most perfect expression of the divine love, which as God he shows forth in the spiration and effusion of the Holy Spirit, the coming forth of the Holy Spirit from the death that Jesus dies. Number 12 on that same page 3. There was a cross in the heart of God before there was one planted outside Jerusalem. You see what that points to? It's asking us to move beyond our usual reflection on the cross simply as a saving cross, and it is certainly still that, but to move beyond that level to a deeper level of what is happening on Calvary, and eventually what is happening also in the mystery of salvation itself. It's a Trinitarian dynamic. God is trying to take us into the life of the Trinity through the mystery of death, the way he did take Jesus into the Trinity in history through Jesus' death. See, one of the things that this touches, and we're going to be doing a lot more work with this tomorrow, is the mystery of death here becomes a very positive, high-powered, life-giving, transformative dynamic. It isn't just something at the side of life that takes life away. Rather, the mystery of death is something that takes us into life on the deepest possible level and unites us with the Trinity. We're used to thinking of death as just, kind of one of those things that we have to kind of tolerate. And then we can somehow live through it and get beyond it, and then we will be glorified. This is telling us something very different. It's telling us if we want to get into the very mystery of the Trinity that we're called to get into, it is only through the mystery of our dying, just as it was through Jesus dying that he entered fully into the manifestation of the Trinity in history. On page 4, Hans Urs von Balthasar. The mystery of the cross is the highest revelation of the Trinity. The highest revelation of the Trinity. Now you see, we're bringing cross and Trinity together. Okay. And I want to mention particularly number 15, this article by John McDade. Look at the title of it. The Trinity and the Paschal Mystery. The Trinity and the Paschal Mystery. The tie-in between the Trinity and the cross, in other words. Like the Paschal Mystery, as you know, is simply the reaching life through death. Basically what it means. Reaching life through death. What is the connection between that and the Trinity? McDade goes into this in great detail. It's one of the finest articles I've come across. If you want to do some further depth reflection in this area, I recommend this article, although I also warn you, it's not an easy article to work with, but I think it moves things forward very definitely. Let me just refer to a couple of these statements. The first paragraph there. The death and resurrection of Jesus can be seen as the expression of the interchange which constitutes the divine life, and at the same time as the event by which the creation is brought to share in the self-giving of the Son to the Father and in the mediating communion of the Holy Spirit. The whole of creation is being brought into the Trinity as it is being worked out on the hill of Calvary. The second paragraph. The cross is the deepest expression of what Trinitarian life is, namely a mutual self-giving between Father and Son, issuing in the inexhaustibility of the Spirit as their love. Look at the third paragraph there, near the bottom. The embodiment of this depth of mutual self-giving we should speak of the divine life as intrinsically paschal. And notice what that's saying. We should speak of the inner life of God as intrinsically paschal, namely a life that incorporates the mystery of death. We're not used to thinking, one of the things that prohibits us or keeps us from doing full justice to this idea of the cross as connected with the Trinity is that we're not used to thinking of God being capable of suffering. God has been defined in the past as impassible, in other words, incapable of suffering. This is suggesting that God is so powerful and so free that God can make a free choice to enter into our suffering. And in that sense, to enter into history and to give shape to the Trinitarian mystery in a paschal way. Down in the second paragraph from the bottom on page 5. The paschal character of the divine life enables us to eliminate the meaning to be given to terminology used in the tradition to speak of the intra-divine relationships. This terminology can be given a paschal interpretation if the paschal mystery is taken as the hermeneutic of the triune mutuality. The hermeneutic means the paschal mystery is the key to interpreting the meaning of the relationships between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in the Trinity. Okay? So let me come back again to this idea. This is not the usual level that we that we have been thinking about in terms of how the cross functions. We usually simply confine it to the mystery of salvation. This reflection is asking us to go into a deeper level where, yes, salvation is happening, but salvation is happening by the way Father, Son, and Holy Spirit relate to each other in the context of the mystery of the cross. Okay. There is one other. There's one other a text, I think, that is particularly important here, and that is John 17, 21 to 23. I'll read a little before that. I do not pray for them alone. I pray also for those who will believe in me through their word, that all may be one as you, Father, are in me and I in you. I pray that they may be one in us, that the world may believe that you sent me. I have given them the glory you gave me, that they may be one as we are one. I living in them, you living in me, that their unity may be complete. That's Trinitarian language used in reference to what we are about as human beings. It I think turns us or asks us to turn to our own humanity and look for Trinitarian dynamics operating therein. When we do that, I think we prepare ourselves to understand the cross on its deepest level, and in so understanding, hopefully enter into it with greater commitment and with a conviction that here is really the ruling category that everything that has to do with salvation gets back to. Okay, I think we're ready for a little break, so if we can do that now. Thank you.
Everything in our lives, whether it's favourable to us or unfavourable, is part of God's providence. Just wondering whether you would project and say she'd be thinking in the Trinitarian manner.
Well, I think what God's providence is the way we respond to those situations. I don't think that God sets up history and works out the details of human life and history and the dynamics that go with them in detail in that sense in a providential way. I think God brings us into those events in such a way that we can grow and reach transformation. I don't think God lays out a neat design for us, whether painful or of painful elements or of blessings. I think when those events come along, God is with us to help us enter into those things and make something of them. That's what I guess I would say. Please.
I've been thinking that providence. The other big factor that's comes to mind for me with Mary McKillop is her trusting in God's providence, which is the providing and the supplying. And
Right.
somehow, in the love of the cross that she has, seen through the incarnation, in each of us that same incarnating is a responding to the providential God. And there is that link she made that takes the step from the cross of the suffering and the cruelty to the incarnational living out of God, supplying the light and supplying the goodness that kept her buoyant when it was so tough. So I think that for me, what I'm hearing in my head is there is a big link between her loving of the cross and her trusting in the providential God. And I think that's what the
Okay. Okay. When you say leap, oh, link. Oh, yes, definitely, definitely. Yeah, I would agree. Any other comments on this? I have some of the things that were sent to me that I found helpful in terms of understanding or trying to understand Mary McKillop. I can get a hold of them now. I thought I had that with me. I don't see it here. But I wanted to read some of the things that suggested to me that the idea of a mysticism of the cross. That, you know, the way she would speak about it in such tender terms, positive, tender terms, that would almost be shocking to some people, as though she was almost ignoring how terrible the cross and how it can be and is for the most part as we suffer it, as though she was kind of playing that down. I don't think she was. I think she saw very clearly that her relationship with the cross was strengthening her relationship with God through Jesus and in the Trinity. And I don't know if she is usually referred to as a mystic or not, but it seems to me she certainly has the characteristics, she had the characteristics of mystical experience.
I think you can try visiting.
Yeah, okay. Was that brought out in her in the beatification document?
There's one thing she wrote very early, 1870. She's only 4 years on, and she's alone in Queensland, and she had an experience with the Sacred Heart. You can put whatever construction you want on it, but mystic is the language. Mystical is the language.
Yeah. Okay.
She talks about the Sacred Heart appealing to her as a weary, disappointed soul.
Mm-hmm.
And she gets pretty close to mysticism.
Okay.
Can I take an oblique thought on it too? And I think, I'm not sure about this, but Julian Woods, who was himself mystical, saw a very close identification of Mary at the cross. And at one stage, Kath might correct me, but he says, I never think of you but under the cross. He said, I never seem to see you but under the cross. That, and he refers to her as a weary traveller, etc. But his vision of her is very much of one whose whole life pattern has identified. And so here's a fellow mystic perhaps seeing her as patterning the cross in her life. So, I mean, I put it out to be tested, but, you know, I think sometimes the insight of someone who was very close to her and who loved her in a truly spiritual sense, you know, may help us as much sometimes as her own words.
Definitely, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Well, in any case, what I'm trying to suggest, or have been trying to suggest this afternoon, is that it may be a helpful step for us to begin to think about what happened on Calvary in the first instance as a Trinitarian manifestation of God, and always in light of that to speak of the incarnation and to speak eventually of of salvation. And I don't think it's now. Some may disagree with me on that, but I don't think that we have been accustomed to make the dynamic of the inner life of the Trinity the ruling category of what happened on Calvary. And that's what I wanted to suggest to you this evening for your own reflection. Whether or not you would see that as a positive step forward in your own understanding of the cross. If I'm right, it seems to me that the mystery of salvation is usually where we focus when we start thinking of the cross. And obviously it is a mystery of salvation. But I don't think we do adequate justice to the salvation that happens there, except insofar as we move into Trinitarian categories and to the identification of Trinitarian relationships as the cross takes place. And if that happens in the case of Jesus, then it happens in our case also. That salvation, however important it is for us, and it is important, it's crucial, even prior to that is God's calling us into life which has a Trinitarian dynamic within it. That's the stamp that has been placed on our humanness. And if we are faithful to that Trinitarian stamp in our humanness, we are going to be caught up in the mystery of salvation. So that's basically what I wanted to say about the Trinitarian breakthrough. It eventually gets back to that most familiar text in the first letter of John, chapter 4, God is love. We don't make that kind of statement of ourselves. We have love. Hopefully. We try to have love. We are not love. We try to enter into love. Love does not constitute our very being. In God's case, love constitutes the very being of God, of the divinity, of the Trinity. Now, to give that expression, you have to speak of something going on within the inner life of God where love can take place. In other words, you have to speak of relationships between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or else you can't really speak of God as love. So the whole idea of John defining, if you will, defining God as love calls forth a Trinitarian understanding of God. If God was not understood in Trinitarian terms, in other words, in terms of relationships within the Trinity, it would be foolish to speak of God as love. So intimately tied to the idea of God as love are these relationships within the Trinity, and when that happens on the cross, the mystery of death is the vehicle or the medium through which that relationship works itself out. Okay? So the kind of love that Jesus has for his Father on the cross as a Trinitarian love could only happen in the context of the kind of surrender that is demanded when we embrace our dying. And that applied to Jesus, and it applies to us. Now we're going to be going into some more detail on that tomorrow, on just how critical this whole question of dying and the mystery of death is to the fullness of life. And I think by and large we don't have a very good record, I mean human beings in general, in terms of the relationship between death and life. I think we diminish life by diminishing death. And this idea of the Trinity itself being caught up in the death mystery, I think, calls us to recognize that playing lightly with the mystery of death is to play lightly with the mystery of human life itself, and ultimately with the life of the Trinity, which is manifested in history in this Paschal way. Okay. Does that make is that shocking or unsettling to anyone? Okay. Okay.
I'm just puzzled about the absence of using the Trinitarian mode. In that experience with the Sacred Heart, she actually referred to her as God's invitation to meet his lover.
Okay.
Is she really being Trinitarian?
Sure, I would think so. It seems to me that's very clear. She's taking on that part of what it means to be, I won't say that part of what it means to be human, she's taking on the very essence of what it means to be human. We cannot realize our humanity except in a Trinitarian way. And the Trinitarian way that has been manifested to us most perfectly in history is a Paschal way, which ties us right into the mystery of Calvary in terms of our human dynamic. Okay. Are there any other comments on it? No.
Except that just what you said was connected with like the Trinity, the essence of the life of the Trinity is relational.
Yes.
To be truly relational asks me to give away something of myself.
Yes.
But to be truly listening and relating and
Right.
accepting
Right.
and so on.
That's
so
right.
That's part of that whole dying into living.
Right.
That happens and can happen
That's
if
right.
I choose to be relational. That can happen every day.
Exactly.
And I believe Mary McKillop also had that,
Right.
like as well. She was very relational.
Right.
So.
And that means she was Trinitarian.
Yes.
By being relational, she was Trinitarian. That's exactly the point. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
played in, I think, to every aspect of her life.
Yes.
So that she was a woman who saw no boundaries of any kind, people or categories or anything. Like she just went ahead, she wasn't limited by boundaries. And I have no problem believing that, like, in her own reflective prayer, or I don't even want to call it spirituality, because I think spirituality is also about living.
Yes.
That, like, to look into, reflect on the mystery of the cross, the mystery of God, she could quite easily go beyond what the theology of the day was saying, because that was the kind of the woman that she was.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's the beauty of that of her life and her witness. You know, that she wasn't constrained by the category, the theological categories in any case that were around at that time. She wasn't constrained, and yet she wasn't fighting against them either. She wasn't fighting them. She could go back and explain herself in those categories. But if you look at other things that she wrote, she was well beyond those categories, I think, and into relational living, as you say, which is Trinitarian life. Thank you. That was a good comment.
I like that idea. I think she had a genius for friendship.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that's in human terms to me.
Okay.
What Pat's saying
Sure.
about this relational. She's a genius
Okay.
at relational
Right.
experience
Okay.
and friendship.
See, I agree with you 100%. But I think that we don't always, when we think of friendship and when we think of relationship, we don't automatically think of Trinity. That's the problem, it seems to me. And we have to learn to start translating some of those ordinary categories that we use into Trinitarian perspective, because that's who we are. That's the deepest level of who we are, is Trinitarian beings. That's what names us and gives us the dynamic that is most rich and deep in our humanity.
See, she did really believe that God is community, the Trinity is community, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, equal and different.
Yes.
And that the fundamental truth about ourselves is that we too are community.
Exactly. Yeah. Sister, thank you.
I was just looking at that picture up there, which is a Trinity in itself, that the three phases of life, that, so in one person you've got the listener and the visionary, the correct person of courage, and the surrender of a person there, which itself makes up the story of God in us, of the receptivity to God and the entering into God and the giving over of life. Nicely.
It is, yeah. That's a spectacular picture.
And yet in the original of that picture, she was not shown with a smile on her face.
Oh.
She was not shown in that older picture, that original, she was really suffering. And yet the artist changed that suffering into a smile.
You mean the one with the knife bar?
Yes.
Yeah.
The original picture that he would have worked with was not one with a smile on the face.
The one on the left is on your final days. Yes, yeah.
And that original picture was really one which showed great suffering, and yet the artist has changed it into one of joy.
One of joy, yeah. Okay.
Which says a lot to me about that picture.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, any other? Okay, let's adjourn on that. This session this evening, I want to move into the incarnational level of the cross and see to what extent there is material there that perhaps we have not attended to as fully as we might, and that if we attend to them, I think the mystery becomes even deeper and richer in terms of its implications for the way we relate to the cross, and through the cross enter into salvation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Father Bill. Our caterers are scheduled to serve dinner at 6:30, and there's a little bit of time in between. For anyone who doesn't already know, the ladies and gents which are available are just outside on the right of the door, and we will resume at 7:30. And then the next session goes to 9:30. Thank you.
The Liberating Cross with Father Bill Frazier, Maryknoll priest from New York, tape 2.
I found both my crucifix and these notes that I had on Mary McKillop. Just want to read, to pick up on what we were dealing with previously, why I suggest that there is a real mysticism of the cross involved here. These are quotes from Mary McKillop. You're, I'm sure, familiar with them. She said, this is describing her. In the cross is achieved the closest union with, no, this is her. In the cross is achieved the closest union with the Lord Jesus, and she She desired that union more than anything else on earth. That's what's about her. And then again, she saw suffering as union with Christ in his obedience to the Father for the salvation of mankind. And then these are her words: "O dear Mother, lead me by the path of the cross and much suffering to my crucified Jesus." And then she speaks of the cross in these terms: "A sweet and dear instrument in the hands of a great and good Father, in making his children all that such a Father has a right to expect his chosen children to be." And then finally, she says, "The cross is my portion. It is also my sweet rest and support. I could not be happy without my cross. I would not lay it down for all the world could give. With the cross, I am happy, but without it, I would be lost." Beautiful statements, and certainly statements that go beyond the theology of the cross that she also mentions. I just will refer to this. This is another of her statements. She says, "Jesus knew from the very beginning that the price of man's iniquity was to be something great and awful. He knew that he himself was to be the price, the only one that could compensate the injury done to God by sin." Now that's a classic statement of that satisfaction theory of salvation. And that was part of her world. That particular theory was ready, I'll mention this tomorrow, to be formally defined at the First Vatican Council. And so it's not surprising that was just part of the atmosphere that she lived and breathed. But these other statements show that she really did move beyond this kind of framework without fighting it or anything like that. She just moved beyond it, that's all. That would be my opinion in any case. I would ask that, that tomorrow, when you bring these handouts, or I would ask you to bring them tomorrow because we're going to be doing some reference to them. So if you bring them back with you, it would be helpful. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, we started at the end. We didn't start at the beginning and build toward the end. We started at the end. So we're going to have to go back eventually and do a little building toward this material that we've been reflecting on in the first session and that we'll be reflecting on in this one. But what I really, I guess, would summarize what I was trying to say in that first session is that it seems to me that the cross, this mystery, is defined on its highest level as the Trinitarian cross. Of all the categories that I've worked with and studied and so on, I don't know of any category that is as adequate to doing justice to this mystery as that strong focus on the mystery of the Trinity unfolding and manifesting itself on Calvary. But that is the ruling category, it seems to me. Now I want to go in this session to session number 2 in your outline there, and that is referred to as the incarnational breakthrough. Okay. There are 2 readings there. I did an article some years ago on this question, which is listed there, Death and Incarnation. You have that article in your among the papers you received, and also an article by Thomas Merton on the mystery of death. You have that one also. And so that's kind of general background for the points that I would like to make in this particular session. What I want to suggest is this. I think that in addition to calling the cross the Trinitarian cross, it is appropriate to refer to it also as the incarnational cross. The incarnational cross. Now notice what has happened there. By calling it the incarnational cross, I'm bringing together the mystery of the incarnation and the mystery of the cross. They belong together for a variety of reasons. One of the reasons is, as I mentioned at the beginning, Karl Rahner's idea that Christianity is the religion of the cross. But he also says incarnation is the center out of which we Christians live. So the incarnation is central to the mystery of Christianity. The cross is central to the mystery of Christianity. And I want to suggest that we need to bring these realities together. Okay? The problem is the incarnation seemed to happen at a good distance from the cross. The incarnation happened with the conception and birth of Jesus, and then some 30 years later, the cross happened. Okay. Now, obviously, it was the incarnate Word who eventually was crucified. In that sense, the cross and the incarnation have always been together. But I want to raise the question of maybe the very process of incarnation was not culminated until the event of Calvary. Okay. Now, let me get into this with you by referring to a statement about the incarnation that gave me no end of trouble when I first read it. The statement comes from T.S. Eliot, and he said, "Incarnation is the hint half guessed, the gift half understood." Incarnation is the hint half guessed, the gift half understood. Now, when I first read that, I thought Eliot was really all wet, because it seemed to me that if there was anything I did understand fairly well about the Christian mystery, it was the incarnation. God becomes a human being. The Son of God takes flesh in our world. And I was scratching my head, wondering, why would Eliot say that information is only half of the picture of the incarnation? And I struggled with that for some time. I don't know how that idea impacts with you, whether that also is a kind of a strange and shocking sort of statement. But it troubled me for some time. But I also used that as an occasion to do a little more careful work with regard to the meaning of incarnation. And I want to suggest or raise that question or issue with you. The more time I spent looking into the meaning of the incarnation, it occurred to me that we have two obstacles to deal with as we struggle to understand the meaning of incarnation. First of all, I don't think we understand incarnation very well. And that's part of what Eliot said. And secondly, I don't think we're very comfortable with it. Okay? And let me go into a little detail on each of those. Tell me if this is not the way we have been taught to think about incarnation. The incarnation came about because after the creation, our first parents sinned, and because they sinned, we needed a Savior that we couldn't provide for ourselves, and God sent His Son to be our Savior. In other words, the incarnation was geared to and was a response to the emergence of sin in the world, original sin. Would that be fairly common? Okay, most people it is common, and to some it isn't so common. Okay. But I'll tell you one of the indicators that this is pretty deep in the tradition. Do you remember during Holy Week, in fact during the Easter Vigil, when we sing the Exultet? You remember the words we use? The happy fall, the Felix Culpa. Remember that? Why did we call it the happy fall? All right, because if it hadn't been for that fault, we wouldn't have had God in the flesh. Okay? Which indicates how deeply that principle was involved in the understanding of incarnation in the West. That it was a consequence of sin. There would have been no incarnation had there not been sin. And so, given the fact that there is sin, there is incarnation. In that sense, the sin is a happy fault. That particular theory had a long life in the Western Church. One of the reasons for that is that it was supported by two very influential theological authorities, Thomas Aquinas and Bonaventure. Both of them held that the incarnation was geared to deal with the mystery of sin. In other words, it was, in the first instance, it was a salvational mystery. Because we needed salvation, the incarnation happened. There was another Franciscan, however, who disagreed with that, and his name was Duns Scotus, and he held that even had there been no sin, no original sin, the incarnation would still have occurred. Okay. Now, I think you can see the implications of that. On the one hand, the incarnation kind of comes into the picture as an extra, something that wasn't meant to be in the beginning, and it only enters in order to serve the mystery of salvation. Okay. If salvation hadn't been required, then there wouldn't have been incarnation. Okay. Salvation from sin. But Duns Scotus says the incarnation would have happened anyway, and if it would have happened anyway, then right from the beginning, in the creative plan of God, incarnation was a part of that picture, and incarnation in that context was meant to bring the whole of creation itself to its fullness. That God from the beginning had intended to bring the created mystery to its final and culminating realization by sending his Son to take flesh in our world. Okay. Now, today, I think you would be pretty hard pressed to find a theologian of any real stature who would agree with Aquinas and Bonaventure on that issue. Namely, I think there's a strong consensus today that would favor the position of Duns Scotus, namely that the incarnation is a creation mystery. It's not simply a salvific mystery. It is salvific, but it's in the first instance a creational mystery. Okay, that it was meant from the beginning to bring the fullness, to bring creation to its fullness. Okay, and then once it was part of God's creation plan from the beginning, then once sin happened, then of course it also became a mystery of deliverance and redemption. So it isn't that the salvific implications of the incarnation were negated. It's just that they were subordinated now to its prior status as a creational mystery. Is that okay? Is that clear? Okay. I think that's a major step forward in our understanding of Jesus. That Jesus would have come into this world of ours to bring the beauty and the richness of this creation to its climax. And of course, once sin happened, then he also came as Savior. But in the first instance, his work is a work of bringing the fullness, a real fullness to the creational mystery. Okay. So that would be the first thing that we, I think, for a long time didn't understand about the incarnation, and that meant that we really didn't give incarnation a very, a central picture. We didn't make it a central part of our understanding of creation. It wasn't a part of the original plan of creation, and therefore it was only it only made sense in the context of deliverance from sin. Now, the second part of that is that I already alluded to it in our first session. Is incarnation something that is realized simply in the conception and birth of Jesus? Or is it something that unfolds during the life of Jesus and comes to fullness at Calvary and on the cross and into his resurrection and ascension? Okay. But you can see there are some differences, because we have grown up, I think, for the most part, we were taught that incarnation was pretty much finished as an event in the conception and birth of Jesus, and of course we celebrated it therefore at Christmas, did we not? But if you say that yes, that is the initiation or the initial part of the incarnation, but that it unfolds gradually during the course of his history, then the fullness of that humanization process, in other words, of God taking human flesh, would be realized only at Calvary and through the resurrection, and therefore the more appropriate time for celebrating the incarnation in its fullness would be Easter. Does that make sense? Now, there's still, I think you could say there's still kind of a debate on that issue. It helps sometimes to have names for things. This incarnation as simply an event that took place in the conception birth, sometimes referred to as the vertical incarnation or the ontological incarnation. In other words, the Word was in a human, was in the flesh at the conception and birth, but that being in the flesh was meant to unfold and to develop during the course of his life, and that would be sometimes referred to as the horizontal incarnation or the existential incarnation. Okay. I gave you a paper. One of the papers I gave you has that on it. It's called Incarnation Material. It's a little outline. If you get a hold of that, it should be fairly near the top of your papers there. We don't have a blackboard here, so I thought it would be helpful to give you this general schema of it. You can see there the Word of God becoming flesh on the left, conception and birth and celebration at Christmas, and then the incarnation as process, and then death and resurrection, going back to the Father, and a celebration at Easter. Okay. There are some implications there, very important implications for what we are trying to do here, to speak of, namely as the incarnational cross. Okay? If the incarnation is simply that event that occurred in the beginning of Jesus' life through his conception and birth, then it is separated from his death by some 30 years, right? The event is separated from his death by some 30 years. And so it's very hard to speak of the death, therefore, as an incarnational process. Okay? But if the incarnation is not simply what occurred at his conception and birth, but that which unfolded during his life and reached culmination in his death, then you can see how the mystery of the incarnation and the mystery of his death can come together. Is that fair? Okay. That's why we can, I think, begin to speak correctly of the cross as an incarnational cross, just as we can speak of it as a Trinitarian cross. Okay. Now let me give you a little bit of background on that. The incarnation as a process, that's a little harder to deal with than the one of the incarnation as something that would have happened anyway, because that is pretty, as I said, is pretty widely accepted in theology today. I don't know really of anyone who would say that the incarnation was not in the first instance a creational mystery. Okay, and that salvation is subordinated to that. But the incarnation is a process, maybe that's not as easily understood and accepted. So I want to give you, you don't have this as one of your pages. So I want to read a few things on this. Listen carefully now to the way the incarnation is described here. The first one is from Karl Rahner. He says, in the incarnation, which also includes Jesus' human life, his death and resurrection, the history of the world has been decided as the victorious history of salvation, not of perdition, has been made manifest as such. So in the incarnation, which also includes Jesus' life, death, resurrection. In other words, a process. So it's very clear that according to a theologian like Rahner, you don't simply speak of the incarnation happening as a single event in the conception and the birth. Okay. Again, Rahner says, incarnation, the death and resurrection of the divine Logos. And notice, he's not even referring to the conception and birth here. As though to say, the real incarnation, that Jesus gets fully into our flesh, our human flesh, when he takes on the flesh of death.
Excuse me, could you read that?
Yes. He says, incarnation, the death and resurrection of the divine Logos. See, he's jumping right to the end of that process of Jesus' life. And that connects it very definitely with the cross, the incarnational cross. You can start using that terminology as long as you're considering incarnation as a processive thing, okay, as a processive event. Okay, is that clear now? Let me give you some more references here. Von Balthasar says, Mary is present under the cross where the incarnation of God comes to its completion and the church begins. So the incarnation is not complete yet until Jesus takes on the flesh of death. Okay? Now remember, what I'm eventually going to get to is that this doesn't just apply to Jesus. When do we have our humanity fully? You see, do we have our humanity fully until we get into the flesh of death and transformation? So that it carries over. That's why this is such an important principle. It doesn't just apply to Jesus, but it has a lot to do with our own understanding of our own humanity. Okay. This is another statement. This is by Skilabix. He says, this incarnation of the Son of God is a reality which grows. It is not complete in a matter of a moment, for example, at Jesus' conception in Mary's womb or at his birth. The incarnation is not merely a Christmas event. To be man is a process of becoming man. Jesus' manhood grew throughout his earthly life, finding its completion in the supreme moment of the incarnation, his death, resurrection, and exaltation. You see how much emphasis they're putting on the end point of Jesus' life as the breakthrough for his humanity. breakthrough for his humanity. And then he says, Skilobetes continues, says, only then is the incarnation fulfilled to the very end. And so we must say that the incarnation in the Son itself redeems us. Think about that now. If you say that the incarnation culminates in the death of Jesus, and if we say the death of Jesus is a saving death, then what would follow would be that the incarnation itself is what saves us. You see that? Think about that. See, we're used to thinking, and this carries us back to the theology that I just read that Mary MacKillop expresses, because it was a part of her world at that time. The theology that said that the original sin was committed and there was an end to the offense against God, and we needed an infinite Savior to repay that offense, and so on. And as long as we were thinking of salvation in those terms, we always thought of incarnation not as salvific in itself, not as the saving action, but as a prerequisite for the adequacy of the saving action. Namely, in order to pay that infinite debt when Jesus ascended the cross, there had to be an infinite victim, and therefore there had to be a God-man. But the very process of becoming God-man was simply preliminary to something else that he did to save us, namely offer his life to the Father in infinite reparation. Is this too fuzzy? Do you see what I'm getting at here? We have lived a long time not giving incarnation its due as a saving event in itself. We have said, well, sure, the incarnation happened so Jesus could do something else to save us. You see the difference there? But this is saying the incarnation itself is the saving action. Not just a preliminary to something else he does to save us, but the incarnation itself is a saving action. It turns things upside down in some ways. And this may be, again, one of these things that I mentioned before. It might be one of these things that is a little bit disturbing because, at least if you haven't heard of it before. But it's a very important thing because the incarnation is so much a part of our tradition, so vital to it, just as the cross is. And if we, as we have been doing, if we have simply relegated the incarnation to a preliminary or a prerequisite to the saving action that would happen later, and that would give to that saving action an infinite quality, then we're making incarnation just, literally that, just a prerequisite to salvation and not salvation itself. Okay. One of the implications of this is that Jesus, or God, when Jesus came into the world, he took on our flesh, and in the process of taking on our flesh, he saved us. Remember, I'm not saying he took on our flesh first and then did something else to save us. I'm saying he took on our flesh, and it was the taking on of our flesh that saved us. And if you say that, tease out of that the shape of the sin that kind of salvation would have been aimed at. Can you do that? If I say that Jesus saved us precisely by taking on our flesh, what would be the shape of the sinful universe that kind of salvation would be addressed to? Am I clear enough in stating that? In other words, there's a relationship between an intimate relationship between a saving action and the reality that requires a saving action. Sort of like, you know, when there's a disease, there's a therapy. And you can understand the disease by understanding the therapy, or you can understand the therapy by understanding the disease, because they fit together. Okay? This is saying that the very saving action itself is the process of taking on human flesh. And if that's the saving action, what is the disease?
Lack of humanness.
Yes. Lack of humanness. To be even put it more sharply, our refusal to take on our own humanity in its fullness would be you might call it the pathology or the disease. You see, it would have to be that if we say that the act of incarnation itself is the saving action, and then it's not just a preliminary to the saving action. Tell me if that's not clear, please, because I can explain it again. It's a very important point. Okay, am I?
It seems to me then that it makes the cross unnecessary.
No, it doesn't make it necessary, but it does do this. It makes the cross a moment in the incarnational process. You see that? It makes the cross a moment in the incarnational process. So yes, we are saved by the cross. On its own? No, because it is a part of the incarnational process that Jesus went through. You see that? Okay, please.
It's just the more we give ourselves away, the more we become ourselves.
Right.
And the cross is the total giving of oneself away.
That's right, but what's the negative, what's the pathological shape that's the opposite of what you just said?
What we're trying to say is
That's right, yeah. We lose ourselves. Yeah. And to the extent that we are willing to get into the depths of our humanity, even to the mortal depths of our humanity, in radical faith, then we become human in a radical way. Now, this may sound pretty bizarre, but I think it is very close to what the gospel has been telling us. In terms that we've somehow or other managed to kind of marginate over the years. But I haven't said anything today that's perhaps as important as that may require a kind of a conversion of thinking. Because we haven't been brought up in that way of thinking about the incarnation.
Nor about our humanness, though. Way back, I guess some of us have grown a bit through it, but we've had a very negative approach to our humanity.
To our humanity, exactly. Sister says we've had a negative approach to our humanity, and I think that's true.
The thing that was corrupt. And
exactly. And somehow the closer you got to your humanity, the farther you got from God. But this would say what? The closer you get to your genuine humanity, into the depths of that humanity, the closer you get to the way God is trying to break into your world with salvation. Okay? God is not addressing us from outside ourselves, but is calling us to union in and through that first gift, namely of our humanity. And it was our refusal to deal with our humanity in a full and comprehensive way that constituted the world of sin that Jesus came to deal with by entering into his humanity. It was almost like him saying, if you don't want to be human, I'll be human. And I'll demonstrate that by being human, the kind of human that you don't want to be, that leads to transformation into glory.
To come back to what Kathleen said there about the cross, then the cross is necessary. Would the cross be necessary in the sense of total giving of humanity back to God?
Sure. Yes. So what I've been trying to articulate is what I would call the incarnational cross. Okay. And in order to do that, I had to suggest that incarnation is not exactly in the same kind of thing that we have perhaps grown up with, namely something that occurred at the beginning of Jesus' life and then was over with, but rather something that is ongoing, culminating in his death and resurrection, with all of the implications of that for our own humanity and our own task of meeting God where God is trying to meet us. And then suggesting that we're not real comfortable with incarnation, either the incarnation of the Lord or our own incarnation. I have a suspicion that behind the scenes of Christological docetism, there is anthropological docetism, which is what I've been suggesting, that we're not all that comfortable with our own humanity. And that makes us feel the threat of Jesus being fully into his humanity. But in order to understand this reality a little more clearly, we have to have, in addition to speaking of just general not getting into our humanity, I think it's important for us to have a word for it. And the word that I feel is helpful is a kind of a reversal of the word incarnation. I think this situation that we're in, where we run from our humanity and do not do justice to it, would be well referred to as excarnation. And that too is at the bottom of your page there. Excarnation, out of our flesh, refusal to enter into our flesh and to live into it to the point of transformation and to glory. Now, I've spent a lot of time looking for indicators of excarnation, of this business of, it's just really a question of, do human beings run from their humanity? Do we have difficulty entering into our humanity? I don't know what your own experience has been, either with yourself or with other people. By and large, are human beings comfortable with being human? Well, I would say, yeah, selectively. They can take certain parts of being human quite comfortably, but across the board, I find an element of truth in this, that we, by and large, do not do justice to this human mystery of ours, and to that extent, we do not meet God where God is trying to meet us. So I've looked for example, over the years, I've looked for examples of excarnation, trying to get a hold of it, seeing if anybody else had this idea. And every now and then you do come across these things, commentaries along this line. This is T.S. Eliot. He said, humankind cannot bear very much reality. Humankind cannot bear very much reality. When we do bear it sometimes, it's mainly with some sedation. A little sedation. Again, Eliot said, our lives are mostly a constant evasion of ourselves and an evasion of the visible and sensible world. True or false? This is a commentary. I don't know if you remember, some years ago, Leonard Bernstein wrote a mass, and I don't know if it played over here or not, but it was kind of an opera. And Jesus, of course, was there, and there were all kinds of different singers and so on in this musical play. And some of the conversation or the lyrics are kind of interesting. At one point, these are the blues singers, and they sing, "It's easy to criticize and beat my jive, but hard to deny how neatly I survive. And what could give more positive plain proof that living is easy when you're not alive?" Okay. And later on in the same mass, one of the characters, attacks Jesus by saying, "You had a choice about whether to be incarnate or not, whether to be a human being. I mean, you had a choice. I didn't have a choice." And then he sings, "Give me a choice. I never had a choice, or I would have been a simple tree, a barnacle in a silent sea, anything but what I must be, a man, a man, a man." Okay. Those are little signals for me of excarnation. And they're not just coming from the scriptures or anything like that. They're human beings catching this kind of signal from other human beings and then singing about it or writing about it. If you're Simon and Garfunkel fans, way back then, this is his I Am a Rock. You remember that? Okay? It's along this line, see? Before you have excarnational eyes, you don't notice it, but once you do, then some of this stuff leaps off the page. "A winter's day in a deep and dark December, I am alone, gazing from my window to the streets below on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. I am a rock, I am an island, I've been walls, a fortress deep and mighty that none may penetrate. I have no need of friendship, friendship causes pain. Its laughter and its loving I disdain. I am a rock, I am an island, don't talk of love. Well, I've heard the word before. It's sleeping in my memory. I won't disturb the slumber of feelings that have died. If I never loved, I never would have cried. I am a rock, I am an island. I have my books and my poetry to protect me. I am shielded in my armor, hiding in my room, safe within my womb. I touch no one and no one touches me. I am a rock, I am an island, and a rock feels no pain. And an island never cries. Okay. Excarnation, that's the name I give this. And I think this kind of data is more powerful than taking it from a religious source of some kind. These are, people trying to say what human existence looks like. Okay, that's kind of in general excarnation. What else do I have? Explanation particularly connected to the mystery of death. Ernest Becker, are you familiar with Ernest Becker? Some marvelous material on the pathology of death, which we'll be dealing with tomorrow, on the influence, the impact that death awareness have on destructive behavior. He says, full humanness means full fear and trembling at least some of the waking day. Norman Brown, the obstacle to incarnation is our horror of the void. The obstacle to incarnation. Whose incarnation? Ours, yeah. Now remember, when you say we have an incarnation to live into, you get back again to incarnation is a process. If it was a process for Jesus, it's a process for us. We're not automatic. If Jesus is not automatically fully human by being conceived and born, neither are we. And we have to live into our humanity day by day, which is an incarnational process. Ernest Becker again says, the irony of man's condition is that the deepest need is to be free of the anxiety of death and annihilation, but it is life itself which awakens it, and so we must shrink from being fully alive. Well put. Paul Tillich, neurosis is the way of avoiding non-being by avoiding being. Okay. Eric Fromm, evil is man's loss of himself in the tragic attempt. I think that's what Jesus' incarnation was aimed at. And sometimes these people express it better than our own tradition does. Yes, I like this statement. It comes from Karl Rahner, and it's right to the point, I think. Anyone who accepts his existence, that is his humanity, no easy thing, in quiet patience, or better, in faith, hope, and love, anyone who accepts his own humanity in full, and how immeasurably hard that is, how doubtful whether we really do it, has accepted the Son of Man because God has accepted man in him. Clear? How doubtful we really do it. We play games against our humanity. We point to all other kinds of things, or put all other kinds of things under the rubric of sin, and I'm not so sure we always put this one under there, and this may be the granddaddy of them all. But these devious ways we have of just keeping a distance from the basic human mystery. That's, I think, what Jesus tried to do for us by his incarnation culminating in his death. I like Flannery O'Connor. Do you like Flannery? She says, for my part, I think when I know what the laws of the flesh and the physical really are, then I will know what God is. Now that's more on the level of incarnation as a saving mystery. As soon as for my part, I think that when I know what the laws of the flesh and the physical really are, then I will know what God is. You see, if she's right, it's just saying, that we have these sophisticated patterns of defending ourselves against the very reality wherein God tries to break into our lives. This is from Gabriel Daly. Is that a familiar name? Gabriel Daly teaches at Maynooth in Dublin. Most of our spiritual and moral failures are the product of our unwillingness to appreciate and live up to the glory of being human. Does that make sense? Just saying the same thing over and over again. Okay, if excarnation is the pathological condition, Sister mentioned earlier, is it really, if it is in fact so deep that it's right at the ground level of original sin, how do we deal with it? What energies do we take against it? This is Ronner again. He says, Jesus took our human, poverty-stricken, and somber fate on himself fully and completely, redeeming us through that very fact. You see how he's equating redemption with incarnation. What did he do to redeem us? He just took on the humanity that we refused to take on and lived it through and showed that this leads to glory if we deal with it in radical faith. Norman Brown puts it very succinctly. He says, incarnation is iconoclasm. What does incarnation do? It breaks idols. What's the opposite of this? Incarnation is iconoclasm. Excarnation is idol building. He's suggesting that we build idols in order to keep us from getting into the depths of our humanity. Vincent, Carl Ronner, rather. But what Christology must avoid doing is so to transfigure Jesus even in his earthly life that it is no longer evident that he took on our human, poverty-stricken, and somber fate fully and completely. We already said that, redeeming us through that very fact. Again, Ronner says, the descent of Christ into the flesh is already the beginning of the descent into death, because the flesh assumed is dedicated to death. Thus, the incarnation is not just a condition for a redemption still open, still to come, but its inception, with which the whole, however much it still has to grow, is set upon its proper way. Incarnation is the meaning of salvation. Gustav Aulin says, the organic connection of the idea of the incarnation with that of the atonement is the leading characteristic of the doctrine of redemption in the early church. Vincent Taylor, Scripture, English New Testament scholar. The incarnation, consummated in death, is the virtual destruction of evil. Turn that one around. The incarnation, consummated in death, is the virtual destruction of evil. What shape would evil have to have in order for incarnation to destroy it in that way? It would have to look something like excarnation, it seems to me. Well, I've just been trying to bombard you with indicators that there may be, right at the heart of the human problematic, the human condition, or human pathology, something that has a lot to do with running away from our humanity, and particularly running away from the death dimension of our humanity. And it's for that reason that we needed an incarnational cross to deliver us. A cross that, did what we refused to do. Jesus' cross, getting into our humanity in its true depths. The church itself, in Vatican II, made two statements that are surprisingly near to the ones that we've been talking about. This comes from Gaudium et Spes, from the Constitution of the Church in the Modern World. And it says, "For God's word, by whom all things were made, was himself made flesh, so that as perfect man he might save all men and sum up all things in himself." That he might save all men by being as perfect man. Perfect man. And again, this is from the same text. All this occurred when the Son of Man took a human nature from his mother, that he might, in the mysteries of his flesh, free us from our sin. So that his getting into his flesh was key to breaking us out of our bondage to sin. Okay, how does this resonate? Is this connecting with anyone, or not connecting? Either one. Does this sound bizarre?
Seems to me that we really run away from our humanity more than we realise, which is what you always said. But like, if I accept my humanity as much as I can, then I'm going to accept your humanity as much as I can. And I think that's the message of the gospel. And that's what Jesus came to show us. But then put that on a worldwide scale, well, no wonder we're all having wars and fighting, because we're all running away from it.
Sure.
And then we inflict but it's funny, because then we inflict death on each other, but it's not death and life in that sense. But it's just occurred to me that this thing about not accepting our humanity is deeper and broader,
It is.
certainly than I've ever realised.
Yeah, it is deeper. It is deep and it is broad, yes. And you see, I think one of the things that concerns me is that we've, by simply restricting incarnation to a prerequisite for salvation, we haven't allowed that idea to surface, that awareness to surface. We've kept it sort of out of the picture. We believed in it. We didn't deny the incarnation, but we didn't give it a central role either in creation or in salvation. And when you don't do that, then those kind of things don't even occur to us.
I'd like to bring it back to Mary Bill. There's no docetism with her, really. She was always able to accept the humanness, and she exhorted the sisters often to accept the humanness in each other. She doesn't call it human, she calls it human weakness. And she never lost sight of the value in other people. So I don't think, I just think she is a sign against this docetism.
Yes. Well, I'm sure she was. But you see, at the same time, strictly speaking, her theology of salvation marginated the incarnation. See? And she couldn't help that. Everybody was doing it. You know, that was the going theology of the day. And yet, you know, she became a saint, you know, in spite of that. So her instincts and her wisdom and so on, you know, didn't let an inadequate theology hold her back. She broke through that. But I mean, we have the opportunity to understand a little better than some earlier periods of history the riches and the value of some of these mysteries that are right at the heart of our faith. And that should make a difference to some degree for the way we live it. I don't think you have to be a theologian to be a saint. I'm not saying that at all. We'd be in trouble if we did say that, yes. Please.
There's still a great fear, though, of being too human, and liberation theology, such theologies have suffered as a result.
Yeah. Yeah, there is the other extreme. But you see, I don't know if it's a question of being too human, but it's a question of how you define humanity very frequently. Liberation theology, I think, has made some fine contributions. I have, many reasons to be thankful for that movement, but I do know that when they come upon this question of the death issue, they are a little bit uncomfortable carrying through with it the way I've been talking this evening. Why? Because they feel that they've seen so much death and so much oppression and so on, that if you magnify death in any significant way, you're going to get people to settle down with their oppressions and deprive them of the initiative they need to change things that can be changed. They play pretty lightly with this whole question of incarnation, or as the mystery of death as a moment in the incarnational process. And to some extent I can understand that, although I can't agree with that, but I can see where they would come up with that idea that you can make death into an ideology, in other words, and you make it an excuse. We just say, well, it's a good thing to suffer, so as long as we're suffering, I guess everything is fine, and of course then the oppressors just take over. I think at this point it's good, at least I have always found it helpful to remember the words of T.S. Eliot. To this extent, he said there are two kinds of problems we face in life. With regard to the first, the appropriate answer is what are we going to do about it? And with regard to the second, the appropriate answer is what attitude are we going to take toward it? And then he said, the deeper problem is of the latter kind. When he says the appropriate question is what are we going to do about it, that means some problems are solvable, and we should solve them. But there are other problems that resist solution, as you know. What are we going to do with those? Well, it's very important what attitude we take toward them. When we are up against a blank wall, what do? We can kick and scream, or we can enter into that void with faith. And I think that's the key. The liberation theologians are right. We do have to take measures to deliver people from oppressive situations to the extent that that's possible, but it isn't always possible. And you're also aware that on very many occasions, the oppressed become the oppressors. People who have been delivered from oppression, but who have not been educated into the deep level of why oppression happens, can themselves become oppressive to others. And that happens all too frequently, as I think you're well aware.
Can I just ask a question? I don't know if it's irrelevant, drop it. But I've been thinking here a lot that we've probably been helped moving into this whole incarnation as a process through the work of the developmental psychologists and so on, that there I think has been a great spin-over from our deeper understanding of the human psyche and development, and applying that also to the sort of growth to maturity of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure that's true. I don't. You're probably in a better position to judge that than I am. But I think when it comes to the death mystery, Christianity, the position of Christianity is pretty tough for them to handle. It's pretty radical. It really is. It's just that this reality looks nothing like a saving mystery. Let's be honest about it. It looks nothing like a saving mystery. And yet we say this is what broke the power of sin. This is what broke us out of sin and enabled us to enter into the transformation into glory.
And yet there are other examples in literature and so on where that transcendence through suffering is celebrated. I mean, I know it doesn't take it to the theological.
Oh, sure.
But many people work from a humanitarian.
Oh, sure. I've quoted many of them. No question about it. Yeah. Well, I understand everybody's freezing. So let's end there for today, or for this evening. I do want to say this. I'd like you to think about this over this evening. Tomorrow we're going to be getting into some rather detailed reflection on the mystery of death in relation to life and so on. Just in general, do you think death is something that merely happens to human beings? Or is it the way human beings happen? Amen.
Could I ask Pauline O'Sullivan just to come forward and offer a vote of thanks, please?
Perhaps finishing early with a little incarnational experience. Father Bill, we thank you for drawing us further into the mystery of the cross and showing us again from a different perspective the enormity of that mystery. Because tonight we began a critical process of looking at our theological understanding of the cross and the lived experience of the cross. And these two aspects are the aspects of the mystery which I believe is the foundation of our Josephite spirituality, drawing us into the mystery of the suffering love of God. And when we do that kind of thing, we draw on the questions we already experience, but we also awaken ourselves to other questions. And perhaps that's what will happen tomorrow, that the questions that you opened for us tonight will go on tomorrow, and so we look forward to those. Thank you. I just have one task to remind you that you must bring your lunch tomorrow. There is a little food over from this evening, but won't be enough, and we start at 9:30. Safe home.
The Liberating Cross with Father Bill Fraser, Mary Nolla from New York, tape 3.
And I have only one complaint, is the way you abuse the English language. Let me explain. To call a beautiful season like this winter is an abuse of the language. You want to know what winter's like? Come to the States. Well, sisters, as I said last evening, I decided to begin at the end of the schedule that I gave you rather than at the beginning, because I wasn't able to get to that last part of the schedule when I was with your sisters in the other cities, and so I wanted to at least be sure that focus on the Trinitarian breakthrough was at least touched upon. One of the Sister Kat mentioned that she had read the article overnight on the Trinity as an icon of the human person. I think you'll find that a pretty good summary to kind of flesh out a little bit what I was trying to say last night. The Eastern Church has had a long tradition of focusing on the Trinity and the Holy Spirit. So that article, I think, is a pretty good summary of that material, or at least fills out that material a little bit that we dealt with last evening, at least the Trinitarian part of it. So what I suggested last evening was, yesterday afternoon and evening, that I think we have to start looking at the cross in terms of, first of all, the Trinity, and then in terms of the Incarnation. And those are aspects of the cross that have not been adequately developed. And so I think it's important for us to begin to look into those parts or those windows that give us a little deeper reading on the mystery that happened on Calvary. So I was talking about the Trinitarian cross and the Incarnational cross yesterday. And today I want to go back to the beginning of that outline that I gave you, that very first session, which speaks of the critical breakthrough. Now, I want to explain what I mean by that. When I say critical breakthrough, I'm referring to the development in relatively recent times of a critical approach to a theory of salvation that has been operative in the Western Church for approximately 8 centuries, and that's a pretty long time. And the theory that I am referring to is the one I mentioned last night, the theory of satisfaction, that idea of interpreting the cross mainly in terms of its ability, Jesus' ability on the cross to infinitely repair the offense done to God, to the Father, through sin. That theory began in earnest with the work of Anselm of Canterbury, and it goes back to about, well, the beginning of the 12th century, really. And he wrote a book entitled Cur Deus Homo, which is simply, why did God become man? And his answer in that book is that God became man because we needed a Savior who could offer this infinite sacrifice. And if you, I think all of us do remember that particular, that theory. I think we were all, probably everyone in this room, almost everyone, was catechized in that way. And we've pretty much lived according to that theory. And as I mentioned last night, Mary MacKillop, very clear that was, if she was pushed back to her theology of the cross, that was the only one available at the time. And so it was very powerful, had a lot of influence, and I'm not in a position to say that it's no longer valid, but I do want to mention some things this morning about how it came under fire and to what extent that has had an impact on the current situation in the church for thinking about the cross. I want to first of all remind you of how that theory works. We said that particular theory said that our first parents committed this sin, this original sin, and it amounted to an infinite offense because the gravity of an offense depends upon the one who is offended. And of course, if God is offended, if God is infinite, then then there was an infinite gravity to the offense. But the sin that they committed that had an infinite dimension to it, they couldn't repair because the quality of a reparation depends on the one making the reparation. And in that case, we were simply finite, and while we could commit a sin with an infinite impact on God, we couldn't repair it. So we needed someone who came into our world who was both human and divine, and as divine, dying on the cross, Jesus could offer that infinite sacrifice or reparation to his Father. So that's basically the way that theory worked. And It was, as you know, it's been very influential. One of the reasons I think it has been so influential is because it's kind of simple, and it resonates with the way we relate with each other. We know that when we offend someone, some kind of apology is necessary, and maybe the more important the person we offend, we need a little help in making that reparation and so on. So I think that satisfaction theory is pretty much in our bones, even if some of us have begun to look to other possibilities. I think it's still deep within us. Any theory that's been around that long, for 8 centuries in the West, is going to be pretty deep within us. Now, I suspect that there are some in this group that, having thought about that theory, are not entirely comfortable with it and have begun to think of the cross in other terms. On the other hand, there are, I'm sure, many of you for whom that is your working understanding of the cross, and I would urge you to stay with that until you have good reason not to stay with it. I'm not here to try to, move you from one theory to another. I'm simply here to suggest some possibilities with regard in this area. But obviously, this theory of the satisfaction, if you're living a healthy Christian life, human life, that's not going to hold you back. It didn't hold Mary MacKillop back. So, but at the same time, I think we do need to keep thinking about our faith, and especially these very basic mysteries, in such a way that we can understand them a little better, so that we can enter even more deeply into the mystery of our faith. But in any case, this theory was popular, I think, partially because it was so simple, and because we tend to think of our relationship with God along lines similar to the way we relate with each other. I remember and some of these indicators of how deep that theory is within us, I think, come out now and then in things we say or songs we sing and so on. I think of The Sound of Music. If you remember that part of it where where the Duke just proposed marriage, and she was very happy, and she sings, "Nothing comes from nothing, nothing ever could. Somewhere in my childhood, I must have done something good." Now you see that there's a theology behind that. I do things good, and then God comes in and rewards me for doing these good things, and I do things that are bad, and God comes in and punishes me, and so on. That relationship is one of kind of justice, basically a justice relationship, you see. And we all understand that, and it's important to balance the scales of justice and so on. We carry that over into our understanding, our relationship with God, and our understanding of the cross. Another thing that sometimes we say, if something bad happens to us, we say, "What did I do to deserve that?" You see, it comes right out of us, because it's been deep within our tradition to think about our relationship with God in those terms. Now, but we are in a period where I think we are in fact entering into have entered into a period where there's a certain openness now with regard other possibilities for thinking about the cross. And I want to move toward that by a little more history. You may or may not be aware, I think I hinted at this last evening, is that this satisfaction theory was ready for formal definition, dogmatic definition in the First Vatican Council. It was on the agenda. I could give you the text, but I don't have it available right now. But it was ready to be formally defined, just like the definition of the Immaculate Conception or the Assumption and so on, that the satisfaction theory was the way of giving meaning to the cross. But it was never defined, never even discussed, because the First Vatican Council in 1869 and 70 ended prematurely because of the political situation in Italy at the time. And that's why it wasn't brought up. Now the interesting thing is, less than a century later, in Vatican II, you would almost think that something that was so important to the understanding of faith that it was on the agenda for formal definition in the First Vatican Council might have been brought up in the Second Vatican Council and said, well, let's pick up some of the loose ends of Vatican I and take care of them now. Well, we obviously know that that didn't happen. There are a number of reasons for that. One is Vatican II was not really focused on dogmatic definitions of any kind. But even then, you'd think that somewhere along the line, as the fathers developed these documents for Vatican II, that a little bit of that satisfaction theory would have sneaked into the picture, at least by way of a subordinate clause in the documents. But what we find in the documents of Vatican II is that there isn't any reference at all to that satisfaction theory. There isn't any reference at all. There are a couple of statements, short statements, that might hint in that direction, but it really isn't in here. And that to me is an interesting fact, precisely because it was around for 8 centuries in the West and ready for formal definition, and all of a sudden in Vatican II it just doesn't appear. One of the reasons I can say that is because we have a concordance to Vatican II. You may be aware of that. In a Latin concordance, every word of Vatican II is in there, just like a biblical concordance. And you can look up words like satisfactio and satisfacere and so on, and see if they're in there and in what context they're in there. And I've gone through that. It isn't in here. Nothing, no reference to it, you see.
It's amazing how it got there.
It is. It really is amazing. And what that suggests to me is that something happened between the First and the Second Vatican Council to change the atmosphere on this. Now, I think a number of things happened. On the popular level, I think people began to wonder, is the God I know from the New Testament basically a God of justice who is trying to balance things out in terms of the sin and reparation and so on? Is that the main image that comes through to me in the Scriptures, or is it the God of love who really worries about us, mainly bound up in sin and turned away from Him and very, very concerned to bring us back and to heal our wounds and to heal our sinfulness and so on? I think on the popular level that's what happened. And then on the more technical or professional level, what happened was that and this dates in great part from 1943, when the encyclical that broke open biblical studies to critical historical research and so on, when that happened, some scholars began to look at the biblical foundations of the satisfaction theory and found them not quite as solid as it was once presumed they were. And I think a combination of those kinds of things began to impact the Catholic world, so that when Vatican II convened, there wasn't really a strong focus or emphasis on the satisfaction theory. Now, I say that's the critical breakthrough. The critical breakthrough. In other words, the critique of the satisfaction theory is what I'm talking about there. And I think that was an important development. And it's basically because of that development that the work I've done over 40 years was possible. And in other words, I was looking for another model for understanding the cross during these 40 years because of this new openness and freedom to begin to think of other possibilities. And fully aware, of course, that satisfaction theory, however important or long-term it was never formally defined. That doesn't mean you can't continue to hold it, but I'm just saying it's never been formally defined, and I think we're in an atmosphere of searching for new possibilities. And I offered a couple of those last night with this focus on Trinity, this focus on incarnation, and the rethinking of incarnation along those lines. I think those are some of the indicators of this new world that has come into existence in terms of thinking about the cross. But I want to go into that a little more in detail in this first session this morning. I want to go into some of the other developments that occurred in context with this new openness with regard to the reflection on the meaning of the cross. And to do that, I want to refer you to one of these other schemas that should be fairly near the top of the ones you received yesterday. It's called the Liberating Cross, okay, and it's a typewritten schema, Liberating Cross. If you kept those pages in order that you had last night, it should be fairly near the front of it, yeah. Which they're probably not in order now. But anyway, that's what I want to look at with you. Everybody have this? Okay. If I could ask you to look at column 6, you'll see the numbers on the bottom for easy reference to this schema. Okay, column 6. I have listed there 8 models for giving meaning to the cross of Jesus, the death of Jesus as a saving death. And I want to go over some of these models with you, because these models are, at least some of them, are the fruit of this new openness to the understanding of the cross, or the theology of the cross. And I want to make some comments on these particular models. Now you'll see that in those 8 models in column 6, 3 of them have been both underlined and put in bold print. The reason for that is that the conflictual cross and the testimonial cross and the restorational cross are all very solidly within our biblical tradition. You may not have always brought those into perspective in your own thinking about the cross if you were working with the satisfaction theory, but they were always behind the scenes there, and they remain vital parts of our tradition. In other words, I don't think we can, in any sense, do away with the aspect of the cross that is referred to as the conflictual cross, the testimonial cross, and the restorational cross. Let me just give you a quick reference to what those models mean. The conflictual cross simply means that in the New Testament, Jesus' death is very clearly, from one point of view, aimed at overturning the kingdom of Satan. So that Jesus is in conflict with the kingdom of Satan. And Jesus wins that battle. Okay. Now that's, I don't have time to go into the particular text, but take my word for it, that's very deeply into the New Testament tradition, and it's a very sound way of throwing light on at least part of what this mystery means. Okay. The second one, the testimonial cross, the third one down, that is underlined, basically means that what Jesus did on the cross, or what God did through Jesus on the cross, was prove that he loves us. We live in a world sometimes with all of the violence and the innocent suffering and so on that goes on in the world. We may wonder, or some people may wonder, if God really loves us because innocent people suffer and so on. And on the cross, God, proved his love for us by sending his Son to die for us. Okay, so that particular aspect of the cross is also very deep in the New Testament tradition. The third one, under the testimonial cross, the restorational cross, refers to the fact that Jesus on the cross brought in a new creation. We sometimes refer to that, to Jesus in that context, as the new Adam. He's the beginning of a new race, the race of the saved, and so on. And that, too, as you know, is very much a part of the biblical tradition. Okay, so those 3 models I wanted to briefly refer to as solid aspects of our understanding of the cross. The reason they're put in this column is, in other words, no one of them, it seems to me, is comprehensive enough to include the others, or to do justice to the overall mystery of the cross, although each of them has its own part to play in throwing some light on the mystery that occurred here. Now the second one down, the transactional cross, is what I've just been talking about. That's just another word for the satisfaction model. Okay? So the transactional cross is basically what we've just referred to in terms of the influence of Anselm, and that's the model that has been around for 8 centuries, as I've mentioned, and that has been so influential in the theological reflection of the Western Church. The reason I have not underlined it and put it in bold print is because of the critique that I've just mentioned that's underway with regard to that model of the cross. That critique, however, does not mean it's out the window. That particular model is still very much a part of the church and its theological reflection and so on. No one of us has the authority to kind of rule it out and say that doesn't work anymore. So I don't want to give that impression, but it is, as I mentioned, under some amount of critique by biblical and theological specialists. However, to be fair, I have to say, although I find great difficulty with the model, this transactional model of the cross, I have to be fair and say that in 1994, the International Theological Commission in Rome, which is a commission of the Vatican, it gathered together to deal with the topic it's called Select Questions on the Theology of God the Redeemer. And they turned out this document, which has recently been published. And to my somewhat disappointment and somewhat surprise, there is a fairly strong emphasis here on that transactional model. But this isn't a doctrinal statement. It's simply a theological statement coming from the Vatican and from this group on the International Theological Commission. I have my complaints with this. So I just wanted to be honest with you on that. If you are still working out of the satisfaction model or the transactional model, feel perfectly free. I don't want to turn you away from that at all. And if you want something that seems to kind of confirm that to some degree, this particular statement of the International Theological Commission would be something that you might find helpful. This is published, by the way, in Communio. I don't know if you got that. It's an American review, spring 1997. Okay, now, what I want to do is move to, let's look quickly at column 7, okay? And you'll notice in column 7, there are 2 references there that give meaning to the brackets, that refer to the brackets. The top 4 models of the cross are under the rubric, the cross saves. Now, what I mean by that is each of these models does retain the focus on the death of Jesus as a saving death. Okay, that's why that's put in there. Each of these models does focus on the death of Jesus as a saving death. Okay. If you look at the bottom 4 models and look at the designation of those 4 in column 7, I have put the cross does not save. These bottom 4 models are attempts to understand the death of Jesus by suggesting that the death itself was not at the heart of what Jesus did to save us. Okay? Is that, I want to be clear about that, and I want to use this opportunity this morning to make you aware, if you're not already aware, that once the satisfaction theory began to be critiqued seriously by Catholics, some of them, and I'm talking about some well-known theologians also, some of them began to look for other models, and in the process of that, they not only took away or did away with the transactional explanation of the cross, or the satisfaction explanation of the cross, they did away with the cross itself as central to the saving action. Now, I find that a very distressing development, and but I want you to be aware of it because it's going on. And I think it cuts right at the heart of what we stand for in our Christian Catholic tradition. This is so basic. This the mystery that happened on the hill of Calvary is so foundational to what we are as Christians. I think when you move this out of the picture, you have taken the guts out of Christianity. Now, that would be my own feeling. Obviously, there are a number of people with good theological credentials who don't agree with that, and who would say, we don't have to keep this in the center. There are other aspects of what Jesus did that are more important for salvation than the death he died on the cross. Okay, in general, is that clear? Now I want to go into a little bit some of these four these four last models of the cross, because I think we have to be aware of them, because sometimes these things can be put in such a subtle way you don't even realize that in the process the cross is being marginated and the death of Jesus is being marginated. Okay, so I want to try to, if I can, sensitize you to that if you're not already sensitized to it. Now, I want to begin with the, incidentally, there's a reference to the moralistic cross. The reason why that's in a little different print and it's not as forced or clear in its printing, disregard that. It's just that I added that more recently, and you'll see why as we go along. Let's begin with the pathological cross. What does that mean? Okay, people who, and these are Catholics now, and some of them Catholic theologians and theologians of some repute, would say that this is not a saving event. It's the kind of event that it looks like, namely, this is a tragedy. This is an unfortunate development. There's nothing positive or salvific that happened through the terrible suffering and death that Jesus underwent on the cross. All those things contribute more to what we might describe as the problem that the salvation is addressed to, rather than to salvation itself. The people who are saying this would say, this is the problem that the Father of Jesus delivered him from through the resurrection. And in this pathological model of the cross, it is the resurrection which is the saving mystery, not the death of Jesus. So you see there's a breach between the death and the resurrection. The death is the problem, the resurrection is the solution to the problem. Now you can see also how that carries over into our own life. If that's true of Jesus, true of us also, that the death or the suffering and the death that we go through has no positive significance in itself, and eventually God will take us away from that suffering and death by bringing us to glory. Okay? Has that, have any of you heard of anything like that happening, or maybe not? Okay. But I assure you it's out there. It's going on. Maybe I could... Maybe I could give you a quick reference to this. And this is by one of the important theologians, Scilabes. Very surprised at this. He says, we are not redeemed thanks to the death of Jesus, but despite it. For it emerges that God transcends negative aspects in our history, not so much by allowing them as by overcoming them, making them as though they had not happened. By nature, and in addition to other aspects and meanings, the resurrection of Jesus is also a corrective, a victory over the negativity of suffering and even death. Now, you can be sure if someone like Scilabes has made that statement, that idea has filtered down to many different levels within the Catholic community. Now, the name I gave it, the pathological cross, that's my name, it's my title, because I think we have to have terms to refer to these things. Maybe others won't use that same category, but to me, I speak of the pathological cross because in this model, the cross is the problem, is the disease, and resurrection is the therapy or the treatment for the disease. Is that clear? That model of the cross. Okay. All right. Now the second one I want to look at is the consequential cross, and this is very subtle and very tempting. Why do I call it the consequential cross? Because people who are looking at the cross from this point of view are saying, Jesus did a lot of dangerous things in his life during his ministry, and as a consequence of those dangerous things, he was put to death. In other words, Jesus did a number of different things to save us, and unfortunately, he died as a result. You see what that does to the cross? The category that perhaps is most popular in working with this, another name for the consequential cross is the heroic cross. That's basically the way suffering and death apply to the hero. The hero jumps in to save a person who is drowning. He saves the person who is drowning and then drowns himself. His death is the unfortunate consequence of something else he did, of a dangerous thing he did to save someone else. Okay? Let me give you an example of this. We see all kinds of references to heroes. Okay, this comes from the New York Daily News. Hero saves kid and dies. Okay, it's very tempting in this world that we're in, where there are questions being raised about the satisfaction cross, where there's a new openness and we're thinking about new possibilities. This is one that attracts people. Maybe Jesus died as a hero, you see, and that's basically what his death means on the cross. It's a heroic death. Notice it says, pushes boy to safety in school bus crash. Here's the way it worked. This man says, pensioner killed, saving boy in crash. There was a collision between a school bus and a truck, and the school bus hit the truck in such a way that the truck was going to be pushed over on its side. It was ready to fall over, and this man on the side saw that there was a young boy who was going to be crushed when that truck fell over, and he ran into the path of the falling truck, pushed the boy out of the way, and was crushed himself as a result. Now that's a typical heroic action, and we stand in awe of that, rightly so. I'm not playing down that at all. What I am suggesting is that if we simply take that and apply it to the death of Jesus, we have very subtly marginated his death, because what was it in this particular case that saved the boy? Was it the death of the man that saved the boy? No. What was it that saved him? His action of pushing the boy out of the way is what saved him, and unfortunately he died as a consequence. You see that? It's very subtle, and people can propose that and say, well, that's the meaning of Jesus' death. He did a lot of dangerous things during his ministry. He taught and he challenged people, and he did miracles and upset the religious and the political authorities and so on, and unfortunately he died as a consequence. One of the attractive things of this is that you see Jesus was at least a hero. He did, there's a truth in that he did dangerous things and he got people against him, and eventually they ganged up on him and killed him. You see. So he was at least a hero. But what we're asking is it doing adequate justice to the death of Jesus as a saving death to simply say it was simply the death of a hero? If it was, then of course it wasn't at the heart of what saved us, because a hero doesn't have to die to be a hero. If this man who had pushed the boy out of the way somehow came through it and lived, he would still be a hero, would he not? Yes. Why? Because the death element is not of the essence of being a hero. Is that clear? Okay. Now that is going on. Believe me. Let me see if I can give a sample of that. Yes. Okay. We revere the cross not in itself, and this comes from a Jesuit theologian. We revere the cross not in itself, but as a sign and symbol of what fidelity to God means. It involves a commitment to struggle for truth, peace, and justice. It means living as Jesus did and taking the consequences as he did, good and bad, you see. The consequential cross. You just have, if you do that kind of ministry, you're going to pay for it. Okay. Now, when we talk about this mystery of the cross in the tradition, we mean more than that. We don't deny that Jesus was at least a hero. But there's something else going on here. And you see, it's again kind of an easy way of interpreting the cross, because everybody knows what a hero is. Everybody knows what a hero is and how heroic salvation happens, you see. It's easy to make that transfer. And believe me, many are doing it. Here's another example. This is an article that appeared actually it's the same article that I took that quote from. It's in the National Catholic Reporter in the States. The title of it is interesting. If you come upon the true cross, burn it. If you come upon the true cross, burn it. You see, the cross is not what saves. The death is not what saves. Now that touches the very guts of our faith. And that's why I think it's so important to be aware of this. Has any one of you come across this in any form or other? No? Okay. Yes?
Could you comment perhaps on the understanding of, it seems a little like this consequential model, but it's the fact of Jesus' total self-surrender to the Father in his living. Now, his cross then was this ultimate self-surrender.
Right.
Right. So could you comment on that because it was also a consequence of his self-surrender, this life that he lived, and then the cross is this ultimate self-surrender.
Well, if you say the cross was the ultimate self-surrender, and if it's the self-surrender that saved us, you see, that maintains the cross at the center. That doesn't marginate the cross. It's only when you say Jesus, did something else to save us, like teaching or challenging the authorities and so on. And then, of course, he was willing to go to his Father, to suffer the consequences out of self-surrender to the Father. And unfortunately, it happened. That marginates the self-surrender even, you see. If we think of Jesus dying as a hero, he could still have accepted his death as a surrender of some kind to the Father. But if it's in a consequential model of the cross, that self-surrender is not what would have saved us. It's these other things that he did. They would have been the saving action. If you want to see the areas where this particular model is developed to some degree, a lot of it would be in liberation theology in that area. Because, as I mentioned last night, sometimes the liberation theologians would say, some of them, that if you say it's this that saved us, you're going to give people an attitude that it's perfectly good to settle down with their suffering and their dying, and then of course those who are oppressing them don't get challenged and the situation never changes. Now that's an unfortunate situation, and that should be, people in those positions should be challenged and so on. But they're afraid that if you put the kind of emphasis on the cross that says it's the death itself that saved us, then you give the impression that death itself is kind of a positive reality, you see, and it diminishes their interest in changing their situation. So I can understand why they have that trouble, but I can't accept the idea that their alternative is this kind of consequential model of the cross. Please, sister.
If we discount the satisfaction theory, and that seems to do away with the idea of a redeemer, what are we being saved from? We're getting back and saved.
Okay. Okay, that's a good question. See, I think what we, when we were working with that satisfaction theory, it was always clear what we were saved from, namely that infinite reparation that needed to be made, and we couldn't make it. And then, of course, Jesus came and made it for us. And then, as we used the term, I think, the gates of heaven were opened. You see, you remember that? Okay. Now that's describing the therapy and the disease in one particular way. The disease is the sin that made this infinite reparation necessary, and the therapy was God coming in Jesus to redress that offense. When you move to one of these other models, then you have to rethink not just the particular cross as a saving action, but you have to rethink the problem, the pathological condition that required the cross. For instance, if you go back to that testimonial cross, the pathological situation was that people began to think that God doesn't love us. You see, so if you interpret the cross as a testimony of God's love to us, then there's a connection there. There's an element in human consciousness that wonders whether God really loves us, and God proves his love to us by the death of his Son, you see. Now that's another model, but it doesn't do away with redemption. It just says, in this case, redemption is carried out in terms of assuring us that God really loves us. You see what I mean? So you have to, as you go from one model to another, you have to realize that there's a new, there's not just a new way of interpreting the cross, but a new problematic that the cross addresses. Is that okay? Okay. Please.
What about ultimate love? Like I've heard myself teaching somehow or other something about that Jesus loved without limit.
Yes.
Therefore, if you're going to do that, you're going to.
Okay.
Sort of is that fitting into the consequential?
Yes, not the consequential. Let me move on to this further one. I think it's probably going to touch what you're after there. Let's move on to this further one on the bottom of column 6, the collateral cross. Again, that's my term. If you look it up in an index, you're not going to find that term. But you got to have terms, you know. And so that's the way I refer to this model of the cross. What do I mean by the collateral cross? You know what collateral lines are? They're parallel lines that are juxtaposed to each other, but they never touch. Okay? Why do I call this a model of collateral cross? Because in this model, some people will say, yes, salvation happened here on the cross, but there are two things that happened on the cross. There was the death, and there was the love and the obedience of Jesus on the cross. And it wasn't the death that saved us on the cross, it was the love and obedience of Jesus on the cross. Now this is very subtle. Very subtle. It's kind of a very subtle margination of the cross. It's kind of saying, keeping things in positive terms. Jesus' love and obedience saved us, and the cross was just kind of the background for that, but it wasn't the death itself that contributed to that. I think that's a deviation, and that also is, is being spoken of today and is being proposed as a model of the cross. Now, what I'm suggesting is, the temptation of that is it's quite true that on the cross, his love and his obedience was a very important part of his saving work. There's no question about that. But there was an intimate bond, an organic bond, between his dying and his love and obedience. So in other words, his love and obedience was not just love and obedience at large, but it was death-related love and obedience. Love and obedience that came out of the suffering and the self-giving that was required in his dying and his suffering. So it wasn't just the love and obedience that saved us, it was the love and obedience that was conditioned by the way he died, you see. So what saved us was his death, and within his death, of course, his love and obedience was essential to that. But without his death, that love and obedience would have been very different. Do you see that? That's kind of what I'm suggesting. Now maybe some of you have seen aspects of that. I can give you an example here. God did not want Jesus to die on the cross. This is a contemporary theologian. If God wanted that, God would be a child abuser. If a human father did that to a son, you'd have him in court. We are saved only because of the mutual love of Jesus and God in the midst of that torment. Very subtle. You know, it wasn't the death that saved us. It was that love and obedience. Okay? Now, let me come now to that last item that I added to the list there in column 6, which I've called the moralistic cross. This is, I think, probably the most dangerous of all in terms of tearing us away from what is really at the heart of Jesus' saving work. Why do we call it the moralistic cross? First of all, there's a distinction between morality and moralism. We Christians, all of us, are committed to morality. That is vital, moral living and so on. Moralism says that Jesus was preeminently a moral teacher, and Christianity is preeminently a moral system. And that's how salvation happens. We fell into that's the ground level of the mystery of Jesus and the mystery of the church. That's moralism, when you reduce Christianity and Christ simply to the moral level. Okay, when you say that that's the deepest level of all. It's very tempting to do that because, you know, that whole business of moral life we're confronted with that every day. Every time we pick up the paper, we have occasion for all kinds of moral indignation about things that are happening in the world that are unjust and immoral and so on. And good religious people are concerned about that, and good Christians are. And let's get out and change the world and get people to do good instead of evil and so on. And it's all true. But it isn't the deep level. It isn't the deep level. And sometimes when Christianity is reduced simply to a moral system, what is marginated is precisely the cross. It's the moral sphere of things in spite of the cross, not in relation to the cross. Okay? This is so attractive. And it's so common. This is the easiest way to speak about religion and even about Christianity. Just get out there and do good. Who can be against that? We can't be against that. But the subtlety is get out there and do good and help others to do good and so on, and forget this other level of the mystery of death, and forget that, and especially forget how that death mystery feeds into destructive moral behavior and so on. And just focus on moral life. We hear all kinds of homilies, I think, that when the homilist gets really warmed up, it's in some kind of moral context. You should be doing this rather than that. And I'm not playing down the importance of morality, but you get the impression at times that that's really the heart and soul of our faith. And you see it's so subtle because it is important. But when Christianity is reduced to that, and the other dimension is neglected or compromised, we are in real trouble. This is common. It's common in our thinking. It's in our guts. We are morally oriented people. It just continues to assert itself, and it doesn't. It's so right-looking that we don't even notice it, perhaps, as a way of kind of marginating the deeper mystery of the cross in its saving reality. Okay, let me give you this idea. Does obedience lead us to God? Or does God lead us to obedience? You see how one is being put in a prior position? Does obedience lead us to God? Who are the people in the New Testament for whom obedience was leading them to God? They thought obedience was leading them to God. Pharisees. Yeah. They were law keepers. They were always accusing and challenging and so on. Keep the law, keep the law, keep the law. You see, they were expert at that, and they were good people. That's this particularly dangerous thing. These are not evil people that are saying these. These are good people. These are good moral people that are raising this, you see. Let's be more moral. So, let obedience lead us to God. It won't ever lead us to God. Why? Because what we have in mind in terms of obedience is a little different than what God has in mind. Only if we begin to enter into the moral mystery by entering into the mystery of God, which is a paschal mystery, do we get into a position where we can deal in a healthy way with morality. Obedience does not lead us to God. God leads us to obedience. And what kind of obedience does God lead us to? Look at the obedience that he led Jesus to. In the letter to the Hebrews, Jesus learned obedience to the things he suffered. That's the kind of obedience he learned. He learned obedience to the things he suffered. And in the second chapter of Philippians, he became obedient unto what? Unto death, even the death of the cross. The deeper level of obedience is the mystery of the cross and the mystery that is the paschal reality. If we get into that, we are going to be in a position to approach morality in a healthy way. Does that upset anyone? Does that make? And if you're up, that's fine. And don't buy it if it upsets you. I'm just saying, think about it. We have a lot of work to do, I think, in understanding the background of Jesus' attack on the Pharisees. These were the best people, the best Jewish people of the day, in terms of obeying and living a moral life. They were the best people of the day. Jesus saw right through them. You're missing something. Even your obedience, even your living the law will eventually disintegrate if you don't get at it through the cross. Okay? Think about that, because this particular way of marginating the death of Jesus is very, very successful. Precisely because it's so subtle. Let me give you an example of this, and let's see. Yeah, with this example, we'll conclude and have our morning tea. You're familiar with the story of Jesus' baptism and his temptation in the desert. They connect with each other. As you know, in the synoptics, when they describe, in Matthew there, when they describe the baptism of Jesus, Jesus went down into the water, came out of the water, and then the words were spoken from heaven, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Those are important words because they're not just, those are quoted words. Those words come from the Old Testament, from the prophecy of Isaiah, where Isaiah is dealing with this mysterious figure of the suffering Messiah. We read about him particularly in Holy Week in chapter 53 of Isaiah, the man of sorrows and so on. It puts flesh on our understanding of the cross from the Old Testament perspective. So it's and the baptism of Jesus was not just the first instance of his, or first event of his public ministry. It was kind of the synopsis of it. It was kind of summing up. This is when those words came from heaven. Jesus was being given a commission to live his saving ministry as the servant did, as a suffering Savior, a suffering Messiah. Okay, then what happens? Jesus is taken into the desert, and Satan begins to tempt him. Okay? And he begins to tempt him by using the words, "If you are the Son of God," as though to say, Satan was there kind of witnessing the baptism and heard the words from heaven that this is my beloved Son. So Satan played right into that and said, if you are the Son of God, do this and the other thing. Those three temptations. I don't know about you, but I know over the years I really did no justice at all to those temptations, because I thought of them as just three attempts of Satan to get this very special man to sin. And I don't think they're that at all. It's much deeper going on there than that. What advantage would it have been to Satan to simply say that he got this man to sin 3 times? Something far deeper is going on there. And I think what is going on there is that Satan seems to have been very uneasy with the kind of ministry given to Jesus in those words of Isaiah. So Satan comes in with his temptations and tries to divert Jesus from that ministry. Very clever. Satan doesn't come in and say, Jesus, you don't want to suffer, and you don't want to go to the cross, and so on. There's other better ministries than that. He doesn't approach it that way. He gives him positive alternatives. And I think one of the things that's going on there in those temptations is that Satan is trying to exercise Jesus in the pattern of the Pharisees. Satan is bringing up to Jesus these crazy notions of, do this and do the other thing, turn these stones into bread, you see. And of course, Jesus has to come back with a statement from the Old Testament, not by bread alone does man live. Satan is forcing Jesus into the pattern of Pharisaical ministry. He's forcing him to be a moral teacher, you see. He's forcing Jesus to correct himself by quoting the Old Testament. And then saying, if you jump off the roof of the temple, and God will pick you up and so on. And again, he forces Jesus to go back and look at the moral law and quote the law at Satan, and Satan, lives with that. And then finally he says, bow down and adore me. And then again, Jesus is forced back to the law to comment that is not what God wants and so on. I think in a certain sense Satan succeeded in his temptations. I don't mean that Jesus gave in to what Satan had in mind, but I think Satan tried to exercise Jesus as a Pharisee. He started, why don't you choose the ministry of a Pharisee instead of the ministry that was given you in your baptism? It's a much more constructive ministry. You can get out there and you can quote the scriptures and overturn misunderstandings about the cross and so on. Get out there and be a moral teacher and solve the problems that way. And by all means, don't follow the pattern that was given you in your baptism. Why do you think Satan did not want Jesus to follow the pattern that was given him in his baptism? Why do you think he was so concerned about that? Satan had something in mind. He was trying to divert, and I'm not giving you just my opinion, the scholars are going to tell you that. These temptations are diversion tactics. Get away, do this, take up your ministry in another way. So why was Satan so threatened by the ministry that Jesus was given in his baptism? Pardon?
Well, that means he would be beloved by God. And Satan had been banished himself. Okay,
I think Satan was well aware that the ministry given to Jesus in the baptism would undermine Satan's kingdom. He would undermine Satan's kingdom. The ministry of a suffering, crucified Messiah would get at the very heart and the depths of the satanic kingdom. So Satan was saying, by all means, take another step. It's okay if you go into ministry and the servant of God and so on, but do it differently than as a suffering Messiah. Now we have one other incident in the synoptics that kind of verifies what Satan was really after in those temptations. You remember when Jesus was going up was with his apostles, he was going up to Jerusalem, and that he would suffer, be arrested, be tortured, and so on, eventually die. And what happened? Peter said what? This will never happen to you, Lord. It didn't fit into Peter's own understanding of what was appropriate for Jesus. But then Jesus turned to Peter and said what? Why do you think Jesus called Peter Satan? Just to give him a nasty name? Why? Because Peter was doing to Jesus exactly what Satan was doing in the desert. That's why. You're tempting me right now the way Satan was tempting me in the desert. Satan was trying to get me away from this ministry of the ministry of the suffering servant and so on, and you're doing the same thing. Does that make sense? Okay, that's what I mean in terms of this business of the moralistic substitute for really entering into and giving meaning to the cross. Let's take a break.
The Liberating Cross with Father Bill Frazier, Mary Noller from New York, tape 4.
So we were talking then about this moralistic model of the cross, which is another very subtle way of moving the cross to the periphery, marginating it. And it's a way that I think plays right into the pattern and the agenda of the satanic world, the satanic universe, the kingdom of Satan, if you wish. One of the sisters reminded me of this beautiful text in 2 Corinthians that touches this. 2 Corinthians 11. Even Satan himself, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. It comes as no surprise that his ministers disguise themselves as ministers of the justice of God. I think we have to look at that very closely, the powers of evil disguising themselves as champions of justice. It's so subtle. It's such a devastating way of counteracting the ministry of Jesus and the paschal gift that he offered us as a way of getting in both to our humanity and into the kind of life that God has in store for us for all eternity. I'm more and more convinced that the most effective instruments of satanic power in the world are good people. And really good people who mean to do good and are trying to do good and so on. And Satan would be foolish to concentrate much of his works on arch criminals in order to assert himself into this world. He's not that dumb. Satan knows these subtle ways of deviating from the real heart and soul of the Christian mystery. And we have a pattern of that in those temptations in the desert, as I mentioned. He doesn't just wade in and say, well, why don't you do evil instead of good? He doesn't do that. He says, how about this? Here's another way of being a minister. Why don't you try this? And all of it geared to keeping Jesus away from what was really, what could really get at the nature of the bondage that we are in. And it's not fundamentally a moral bondage. It's a mortal bondage. It's a bondage to the powers of death. And we would much rather move it to this other level. The moral level is much more agreeable than the mortal level, the paschal level. So I just wanted to raise that before you to see what your own Christian common sense would, how you would relate to that. It's not, as you know, we're dealing here with theories and opinions. I'm not, I can't legislate for the church, and I'm not trying to say that this is a doctrinal issue. I'm just saying it's one theological opinion that I've been discussing with you, a particular theological perspective. And your journey may not take you in that direction, okay? But I'm just being honest when I say it's the direction in which my journey has taken me. Okay, so if you look at your Liberating Cross schema again, you will see in that schema on column 7 again that I have excluded those 4 models of the cross on the bottom of column 6. I leave them in their own bracket, and I include within a workable bracket these 4 models: the conflictual cross, transactional cross, testimonial cross, and restorational cross. As I mentioned before, I don't resonate that well with the transactional cross, but it's not my decision to rule that out. So I leave it there, and I don't think it necessarily conflicts with these other models. But I also would suggest that no one of these models on the top, these first 4 models in column 6, I don't think any one of them is entirely comprehensive enough to do justice to the cross of Jesus, and therefore I gather them under the rubric of the incarnational cross, which I discussed with you last evening. And I think as I would modify this schema, I would add to that the Trinitarian incarnational cross, because I think they are very intimately tied together. And that's where I am. That's why, yesterday when I began at the end rather than at the beginning, I began by telling you that this is the journey, this is where my journey has led me to these 2 models of the cross that I think are doing justice to the tradition, and that keep the death of Jesus very much in the heart of the saving mystery. That's the point that I've reached. Now, at the same time, you'll see the final column, column 9. I have given you 5 categories, all of them focused on the mystery of death, or thanatology. Remember, we mentioned, yes, a thanatos is the Greek word for death. Thanatology is the study of death. And these 5 categories are the categories that I'd like to spend the rest of my time with you. I'd like to spend the rest of my time with you on these 5 categories, because I believe that they are so critical to providing data on the materials we've already worked with, particularly the 2 models of the cross that we worked with last evening, and the other models that are encompassed by the Trinitarian and incarnational cross. So I have these 5 categories. The cosmology of death. What do I mean by that? I mean that in order to speak comprehensively of the mystery of death, we have to speak of the before I say that, let me step back just a moment to suggest that when we're dealing with the Trinitarian incarnational cross, we are dealing with the mystery of death. That's what we mean by the cross, the incarnational cross. One of the big failings, as far as I can see, one of the big failings of theological reflection over the centuries in recent times is our passing over the most obvious fact of what happened here, namely the death of a man. For some strange reason, we have tried to make sense of the cross without doing a careful analysis of the death mystery itself. I think that's a major gap in our study of the death of Jesus as a saving death. I don't know why that happened, but people will simply start reflecting on the meaning of the death of Jesus without doing a thanatological analysis. And that's disastrous as far as I'm concerned. When you do that, you always wind up at the end with just generalities about the cross. You can never get into anything very specific because you haven't been dealing with the various aspects of the mystery of death itself. So if I were to point to any one major reason why we have not been making very good progress in understanding the cross as Christians, it's precisely because we don't understand death. And even today, when we look for resources that are necessary to throw light on the mystery of death, we don't always find them coming from religious or Christian or Catholic directions. We find them coming from psychologists and anthropologists and philosophers and the like. They have done more to unpack the mystery of death than our own theological people have done. And so take my word for it, we are behind on this. You know, if you wonder why the death of Jesus is simply hard to get a hold of and not very well developed, it's because we don't know what death means. And we've never looked at it as a separate topic and tried to make sense of it, of all its dynamics. As we begin to get a sense of what's going on in the mystery of death itself, we will begin to get data that will be useful in throwing further light on this mystery. So when we come to these 5 categories that I mentioned, I want to look at various aspects of the mystery of death. The cosmology of death is basically the relationship of death to the entire universe. That's what we're talking about there. The entire universe, not just the solar system, but the entire universe, this incredibly large universe of which we are part. What kind of a role does death and destruction and violence play in this massive universe of ours? And secondly, the anthropology of death. You remember last night I left you with that little thought? Are we, is death merely something that happens to human beings, or is it the way human beings happen? That's what we're going to be focusing on there. The relationship between death and life in our human existence. What role do we give to death in our human, as human beings? Is death simply something that takes life away, or is death something that can take us into life on a deeper level? So the relationship between human death and human life will be dealt with in the anthropology of death. The pathology of death has to do with the relationship between death and sin. To what extent does the mystery of death enter into and have its impact on our destructive behavior that is destructive to us and to other people? How much of it is occasioned by the fact that we don't deal very well with the mystery of death? And then the soteriology of death. Soter is the Greek term for savior. And so when we speak of soteriology, we're talking about the study of salvation, which is basically the question of what does the death of Jesus mean as a saving death, really, which we've been touching around in various ways already. And then, of course, the trinitology of death. I was working with that last night, the whole idea of the relationship between death and God, or death and the Trinity. To what extent is there a connection there? Okay. So today I'm not going to be working really with that last category because we've touched it last night. So today I'm going to be working with these 4 categories: the cosmology, anthropology, pathology, and soteriology of death. And I want to use 2 categories in reference to these categories, namely, in each case, I want to know whether, let's say in the cosmology of death, I want to know how closely, what kind of a bond exists between the universe at large and the mystery of death itself? Is there just a loose bond between them, or is there a very closely related bond? Is there an organic bond between them? How is death and the related to the universe at large? If we find that they are only loosely related, I'll speak of that as a low cosmology of death. And if we find that there is an intimate connection between the cosmos, the universe, and death, I will speak of a high cosmology of death. And I'll do that down the line. If I find that there's a kind of a loose connection between life and death in the human mystery, I will speak of a low cosmology or a low anthropology of death. Okay, if there's only a loose connection. But if life and death are intimately tied together in the human mystery, I'll speak of a high anthropology of death. You see what I'm getting at there? It's how death is related to each of these categories and so on. And down the line, when I speak of a high soteriology of death, it's because death is key to the salvation mystery. But if it's only loosely connected, I would refer to it as a low soteriology of death, and so on with these other categories. So that's what I would like to do first off then, and then so I'd like to pick up this first notion of the cosmology of death and see what we can do with that. When you think of this incredibly large universe of which we are part, and when you recall some of the scientific discoveries that have been made in recent years, you begin to have the kind of data you need to make some kind of decision on just what kind of role death plays in this universe. Did this universe come into existence by just various gases and particles kind of floating around, and all of a sudden they kind of collected together and formed stars and eventually galaxies, and then the galaxies kind of subdivided peacefully into solar systems, and planets and stars emerged and so on? Is it basically that kind of a process? Or is it what the scientists refer to these days as the Big Bang, the big explosion, the big violence that is at the heart of this universe of ours that we know? The destructive, explosive power that is behind everything that exists in the universe at some point. They talk, as you know, of our own galaxy, the Milky Way, and the various stars and solar systems within it and so on. How did they come into being? Well, basically, these novas or supernovas, rather, the explosion, the disintegration of stars, and the explosion that results in massive aspects or elements of matter and so on move out from there, and eventually new galaxies and solar systems are formed and the like. And many of the scientists, will follow that through by referring to us as stardust. It's what we are. Stardust, dust. Where did dust come from? In this explosion, that's where it came from. They have a name for one of these stars, Tiamat. Tiamat exploded, and eventually within the Milky Way, and then our sun emerged, and various planets and so on. What role then does death and destruction and violence have in the universe, you see? Was the universe formed in this kind of peaceful way, or did it come into existence in kind of a disruptive way, destructive way? And yet life comes out of that. Riches, all that we see as the value of human life and human riches and so on, were the result of explosions in the cosmos. So that's one of the things that I think of when I ask about the relationship between death and the cosmos, or death and the universe. Is it a high cosmology of death, or low? Well, from that point of view, it seems to be kind of high. If it wasn't for these explosions, the death of stars, in other words, if stars didn't die, other stars didn't die, we wouldn't be here. It's almost a sense of the Paschal mystery operating on a cosmic level. You see, life through death. Now, another thing that I think has thrown a little bit of light on this whole idea is the recent work that has been, discoveries that have been made in what they now call the science of chaos. Is that familiar to any of you? You say you got enough chaos in your life, you don't need a science about it. Science of chaos, it's a relatively new area of scientific investigation. It's about 30 years old maybe. And it has to do with this whole business of chaotic movement and so on. Scientists for a long time didn't bother about chaotic movement and behavior of things because scientists were interested in order and they studied order. And chaos is the opposite of order, so they studied cosmos rather than chaos, you see. And yet today, or these days, some scientists began to feed some of this chaotic behavior into computers. By chaotic behavior, just as a simple example, if you have a bucket of water and the faucet, and you turn the faucet on heavily and the water is pouring down, there's all kinds of moving around of water and particles and that kind of thing, you see. That's chaotic behavior. Well, scientists wouldn't bother studying that because there was no order there. When you start feeding some of that material into computers, what they began to discover with all of that behavior, you see, being fed in, at a certain point they began to discover patterns within the chaos. Patterns within the chaos, which they never were aware of before. So a certain order within the chaos, a certain cosmos within the chaos. And now they're beginning to look not just at ordered elements of the universe, but at chaotic aspects of the universe, and they're discovering order within that. They call this thing that brings about the order the strange attractor in there, in the chaos, that all of a sudden kind of shapes things together. And you get some really beautiful patterns, actually, in all of this chaotic behavior. See, it looks crazy in a certain sense, and it looks paradoxical. How could you ever bring cosmos out of chaos? And yet some of these people are suggesting that. And they've even invented a new word for it. We shouldn't be speaking of cosmos on the one hand and chaos on the other hand, but what they call chaosmos. Chaosmos, bringing these areas together, relating them. See, what I'm saying is, really what I'm getting back to in this is that, if the cross is so central to the whole of our created world and so on, if, as we said before, Jesus right from the beginning, if God intended to bring his Son into history, to take flesh, you see, if that's true right from the beginning, and if deep within that is a Paschal dynamic, well, why should that Paschal dynamic simply be limited to Jesus and to this world? If perhaps the whole of creation, you see, has been brought into existence out of this kind of Paschal pattern where life comes out of death, or where cosmos comes out of chaos, and so on. So I'm just raising these things because they are being talked about today. And as a matter of fact, I'm fascinated by the place where this whole science of chaos started, in Santa Cruz, California. So the Holy Cross giving rise to a reflection on this interplay between chaos and cosmos and so on. So just a little item. But one of the things I want to ask then is, well, does this have any significance for us? This business, for Christians and our tradition. Is there anything in our tradition that refers to the connection between chaos and cosmos? And of course, the one special place in our biblical tradition where we have references to this is in the creation stories. And when you have this new sensitivity about the relationship between chaos and cosmos and so on, and you go back and read this story, you do take new eyes with you as you read it. And this is the way it goes, and you're familiar with this, of course. In the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth was a formless wasteland, formless, chaotic, and darkness covered the abyss, while the mighty wind swept over the waters. Now, one of the things we know about that particular passage in the book of Genesis is that it is a very late addition to the book of Genesis. So this is very sophisticated theology. This is after about 6 centuries of Jewish life and theological reflection. And then this particular way of describing the origin of the universe was inserted here. This isn't just primitive, analysis of the appearances of things. This is thought out by a priestly author after about 6 centuries. And then this story of how the universe emerged came into existence. So there's some real depth here. That whole business of the mighty wind sweeping over the waters, of course, the Spirit is involved. And that word of sweeping or sweeping over the waters is the reference that we find elsewhere in the Old Testament to the eagle flying over its nest, coasting the young ones out of the nest, and so on. You see. So there's rich Hebrew lore here, rich Hebrew theology in this reality. But there's that relationship between the wind, you see, the unifying wind and the creative wind, and the chaos there in that story. Now, one of the details that we know in terms of why this was inserted here is that this was written, it seems, in the 6th century BC, the very time when the Israelites were lost, their conflict with the Babylonians, and were taken into exile. You see, they lost their temple, their city. They were in exile. They were wondering if God cared about them anymore, if God really was still their God, and if God was going to, protect them and so on. Obviously, He hadn't protected them so far. And it seems that one of the reasons why this particular way of describing creation was written was to address them in their chaos, the chaos of the people. And so the whole universe is described in terms of this interplay between chaos and the Spirit hovering over the chaos and bringing the earth itself into existence. And one writer, at least, and he's a good exegete, has said that this creation account right there, I think in the past, when I read this, I always thought that the Spirit was there and creation came into being by pushing the chaos away, you see, or the abyss away. What this man is suggesting is that this story is really about the Spirit bringing creation into existence using chaos as a raw material. Becoming the raw material of chaos here. It isn't being pushed aside. The Spirit is making something of it. It's bringing it into being, giving it order, you see. So then in a certain sense, again, here, out of the chaos comes cosmos. Okay, so it's a beautiful story, the way this was originally put together, and I think it does reflect to some degree on this whole question of how the chaotic aspects of reality are related to the cosmos itself, or the ordered reality, if you will. I'd like to share with you some theological reflections now with this kind of thing in the background. And these, to me, are very insightful sorts of reflection. First of all, the first ones I want to read to you are from the New Testament and had to do with the cosmic Christ. And here again, we're just beginning to throw light on this. That we've always thought of simply the relationship of Christ to our world. But these texts from the letters of John and Paul and so on break that open a little bit. Now, these are texts you're all familiar with. You've heard them before, but maybe you haven't thought of them precisely in the context that we're raising today. And this is from John 1, first chapter of John. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was in God's presence, and the Word was God. He was present with God in the beginning. Through Him, all things came into being, and apart from Him, nothing came to be. Nothing came to be. He was in the world, and through Him, the world was made. Now, that doesn't just mean our world. That means all of creation was made through Him. Everything was made through Him. Why, if everything was made through Him, why isn't His stamp placed on it then? And what is his stamp if it isn't a Paschal mystery? You see. So you go to Paul, the first letter to the Corinthians. There is one God the Father, from whom all things come, and for whom we live. One Lord Jesus Christ, through whom everything was made and through whom we live. Everything was made through him. Everything has a stamp of Christ on it. Tear, as you know, worked with this kind of thing. Okay. Colossians, the letter to the Colossians. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creatures. In him everything in heaven and on earth was created. Things visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominations, principalities or powers, all were created through him and for him. He is before all else that is. In him everything continues in being. Is it any surprise that his stamp would be placed on all of these things? Why not? How else could it be? This comes from an early Latin writer, Tertullian. He says, think of God utterly taken up with and given over to the task of creation with hand, sense, industry, forethought, wisdom, providence, and above all with that loving care which was determining the features of creation. For the image of Christ, the man who was to be, was influencing every stage of the molding of the clay. Every stage of the molding of the clay. Because what was at that moment happening to the earth's clay would happen again when the Word became flesh. Beautiful reflection on the whole of creation, the whole universe. This is that statement about stardust. This is from a scientist. He says, in this way, that is, through the cooking of atoms in the stars, was made all the iron we now find in our blood, all the phosphorus and calcium that strengthens our bones, all the sodium and potassium that drives signals along our nerves. Atoms so formed are thrown off into space by aged stars in their death throes. Natural forces recycle them into new stars, into planets and plants and people. We are all made of stardust. Then we have this, I think, a beautiful reflection from Gabriel Daly, the man I referred to yesterday from Maynooth in Ireland. And he says, if it is true that our universe began in an explosion of unimaginable power, then the cross of Christ was for the Christian already implicit in that primordial manifestation of creative energy. What do you think of that? It's already implicit in there, the cross of Christ, in the death of those stars, in the transformation of the universe, and so on. Well, it's on the basis of things like this that I'm beginning to think, well, maybe we ought to think of a high cosmology of death. You see, death is not just loosely connected with what has been happening in the universe. There was already a Paschal pattern at work. Life and richness coming into existence through the disintegration of other realities, and so on. Now, one of the finest authors that I have found touching this particular issue is the brother of Karl Rahner, Hugo Rahner. And he wrote a beautiful text, or a very, very beautiful book years ago on this issue. But before I get to that, I want to mention just a couple of references here along the same lines that I've been speaking from other authors. Fritjof Capra, in his Tao of Physics, says all matter, whether here on Earth or in outer space, is involved in a continual cosmic dance of creation and destruction. That's going on. That's how the universe works. Friedrich Nietzsche said, out of chaos is born a dancing star. See? A dancing star out of chaos. Bede Griffiths, the famous commentator on Indian life over the years, life in India and religion. He says, science today recognizes that all order comes out of chaos. When the old structures break down and the traditional forms begin to disintegrate, precisely then in the chaos, a new form, a new structure, a new order of being and consciousness emerges. Another man, Henry Brooks Adams, says, chaos often breeds life when order breeds habit. This material of Hugo Rahner that I mentioned before, the book is called Greek Myths and Christian Mystery. And he has some beautiful stuff here. It says, the nature of the Christian mystery can be discerned above all else in the decisive saving event, which is the death of God upon the cross. That's the key, that everything is ordered to in terms of this whole creation. In that death from Paul's day onwards, the ancient Christians saw the mystery of all creation. He's talking about early patristic writings now on this whole question of the relationship between the cross and the cosmos. He says, God, who from the beginning of time has secretly looked upon the coming cross of his Son, has stamped the pattern of that cross on the foundations of the world and made it the ground plan in the building of the universe. A cruciform universe. And then he says again, the ancient Christians read into this. They had the idea when they saw the cross. They thought of the vertical being as circling the earth this way, and the horizontal being circling the earth this way. And they talked about the all-encompassing embrace of the cross. And he says, and Rahner says, the ancient Christians read into this an intimation granted even to the pagans of the world-creating Logos, who hanging from the cross gathers the whole cosmos together and makes the mystery of that cross the pivot of the entire world. So you see, I think we narrowed down our reflection on the cross if we simply limit it to Calvary. It's far deeper than that. There's a rich tradition that expands it outward into the whole universe. Again, Rahner says the humble sign of the cross here contains within itself and makes visible all cosmic events, for the nature of all things must be drawn into the drama of redemption through the cross. Well, I could go on here. There's some very beautiful things here in this book, but you get the idea what he's talking about. I think we need to expand our vision in this direction. In our vision, when we're talking about the cross, let's not just confine it to the cross of Calvary. Let's try to see the significance of that event through the whole cosmos and the whole universe. Yesterday, we tried to expand it to include the Trinity itself. Somehow, Trinity in history is happening on the cross, and the incarnation is fulfilled on the cross. I think these are all pieces of the puzzle that we need to call upon if we're going to do real justice to the depths and the richness of this mystery. And there again, when that richness comes together, it's one of the reasons why I find it very difficult to simply reduce the shape of that mystery to paying back an infinite debt. There's too much riches there to be captured by that. Simply that satisfaction theory of the cross. Okay, that's the idea of the cosmology of death. And I think there's a high cosmology of death. Certainly if you're working with this material, death and the cosmos are coming together like this. They're tied together. You couldn't speak adequately of the cosmos unless that were true. Okay. Now the next item that I'd like to deal with there is that reference to the anthropology of death. And here we're talking about the thing that really, if there are fears and uneasiness and anxieties created by any of this is where it's going to touch us. we could sort of look out from where we are at the universe and say, yeah, death is intimately tied to what's going on out there. But when it comes right in our own front yard, you know, how comfortable would we be if we really believed that death is not something that simply takes life away, but rather something that takes us into life on a very deep level? Well, that could be troubling. I think it is troubling. That's part of the scandal of the cross, I think. We are alive. We are life people. We think of things that compromise life as enemies of life, and anything that seems to reduce the quality of life or that finally takes life away is an enemy of life. Is that true? Last evening I said again that is death something that merely happens to human beings, or is it the way human beings happen? What is the role of death in life? What kind of contribution does the mystery of death make in life? And remember, I'm not just talking about death at the end, I'm talking about the brothers and sisters of death, a death that occurs day in and day out. Are these obstacles to life? Do they have to be that? Or does it all depend on how we deal with them, whether they are life-giving and life-transforming? So this is the touchy area here, the anthropology of death. A high anthropology of death says that life could not really be life if it weren't for death mixed into it and taken seriously. And yet that's not our natural inclination. Our inclination is to find life over here and death over here, and you can kind of play games against death over here, and life isn't affected by it, you see. That's the kind of scenario, I think, that makes us more comfortable than suggesting that life and death are really tied together this way, you see. So I want to look at this question of the mystery of life and death, and when we do so in relation to our biblical tradition, one of the things we find is that for the most part in the Old Testament, there was no belief in a resurrection or no belief in living on after death. Practically, well, right up until the very end of the Old Testament tradition, when you're dead, you're dead. It's all over. Yeah, there's no idea of resurrection or of life. And they lived with that. They were glad that God had created them and had given them good things in the world and so on. And when death came, okay, then it's all over. Your relationship with your friends and relatives, of course, it's finished, and even your relationship with God, it's all over. That's the mood and that's the style for almost the entire Old Testament tradition. When resurrection gradually came into the picture, as it did near the end of the Old Testament, it didn't come in by way of the Jewish people discovering something in the human mystery that was not susceptible of death, but rather it came in by way of trying to justify or try to shore up the justice of God, because when the Jewish people simply assumed that there was no life after death, they did, however, believe that God rewarded good people and punished evil people, and that was accomplished before death came. And for instance, if you were good, you would live a long life, and if you were evil, your life would be curtailed or shortened, and your life would be relatively peaceful, and your death would be peaceful, and mainly you would have offspring, and that's how life was carried on. That was their form of immortality in a world that did not really understand anything along the lines of the mortality that we understand. So that's the way it was for a long time. And then, and people knew during that early period that sometimes evil people were gifted with long life and good people died young. And the way they justified that was that there was a strong emphasis on the community, corporate identity. And it meant that even though this evil person lives a long life, he is being rewarded by the fact that one of his ancestors did something good. And now he's being rewarded with long life, you see. And that was legitimate. Okay. And then if a good person dies young, well, maybe one of that person's ancestors did something wrong that God is punishing for, so on. That worked as long as there was a strong emphasis on the priority of the corporate identity in the community. But eventually people like Jeremiah and Ezekiel came into the picture and said, no longer shall it be heard in Israel that the fathers shall eat sour grapes and the teeth of the children shall be set on edge. Do you remember that? In other words, this business of reward and punishment being passed along the line was no longer accepted. And then they went on to say, each person shall bear his own punishment and his own guilt and receive his own reward. When that happened, of course, then they had real trouble. Resurrected life came into existence, came into belief in the Old Testament. Okay, and then of course that carries through into the New Testament. Although, as you know, there was a group there that continued not to believe in afterlife. The Sadducees did not believe in afterlife because it wasn't taught in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Gospel, of the Old Testament. Okay, so there is that part of you might say for the most part in the Old Testament, life was over here and death was over here. The reason being is they didn't have any way of understanding how death could be leading any place except to death. But once they began to realize that there was a life beyond death, then at least the possibility for connecting death and life in some kind of organic fashion came into existence. Now that didn't happen really in the Old Testament so much, but in the New Testament, that's the basis for the kind of relationship between life and death that we find in the New Testament. Let's see. Eventually you find for instance, Jesus, the Pharisee group believed in life after death or resurrection, and Jesus believed in that, of course. In the New Testament, eventually you have worked out or spelled out this whole idea of the relationship between life and death in the way that it is in the Gospel of John, the 12th chapter. That unless the seed falling into the ground dies and remains alone, if it dies, it bears much fruit. Now that's a very different perspective, you see, on life and death than you have in the Old Testament. Here you are talking about life and death coming closely together. Unless you die, unless the seed dies, there is no further fulfillment of life. If it dies, there is. So you have those kinds of references, frequently in the New Testament, that death and life are tied together. And of course, the whole idea of the Paschal mystery relates to that, or expresses that. Now, what I would like to do is refer to some of the references in the New Testament to what I would call a high anthropology of death. In other words, this intimate bond between life and death. I'll refer first of all to Romans, the beautiful chapter 6 of Romans, where we learn about baptism. Are you not aware that we who were baptized into Christ Jesus were baptized into his death? Through baptism into his death, we were buried with him, so that just as Christ was raised from the dead by the glory of the Father, we too might live a new life. If we have been united with him through likeness to death, so shall we be through a like resurrection. Notice the bond there. We get to resurrection through likeness to his death. So life and death are being very closely tied together in this kind of statement. 2 Corinthians, continually we carry about in our bodies the dying of Jesus, so that in our bodies the life of Jesus may be revealed. So that. If we don't carry around the dying of Jesus, this life that's trying to break through in us is not going to be revealed. Okay. While we live, we are constantly being delivered to death for Jesus' sake, so that the life of Jesus may be revealed in our mortal flesh. Okay? High anthropology of death. In Philippians, I wish to know Christ and the power flowing from his resurrection, likewise to know how to share in his sufferings by being formed into the pattern of his death. Thus do I hope that I may arrive at resurrection. To get to resurrection, we have to be formed into the pattern of Jesus' death. Okay. There are some theological reflections on this high anthropology of death. This is Dermot O'Donoghue. Death in itself, as death, is however terrible in seeming, a force that binds man into his deepest self, a rending of his everyday being that is an unveiling of his deepest being. A rending of our being that is the unveiling of our deepest being. Teilhard is very strong in this regard. He says on one occasion, death surrenders us totally to God. It makes us enter into him. We must in return surrender ourselves to death with absolute love and self-abandonment, since when death comes, all we can do is to surrender ourselves completely to the domination and guidance of God. Jaroslav Pelikan. Christ comes into the world to teach men how to die. The purpose of his coming is indeed that we may have life and have it abundantly, but the only life he offers is a life through his cross. He calls upon men to accept their mortality, and by accepting it, to live through him. The gospel of Jesus Christ is thus about human mortality, in contrast with human gospels about immortality. So, very, very strong words with regard to this relationship between life and the mystery of death. Let me ask you to pick out from your readings there the one entitled Anthropologies of Death. Anthropologies of Death. It's a single sheet with 2 columns. Single sheet with 2 columns. Do you have it, most of you? Yeah. Notice the heading of the 2 columns. On the left-hand side, low anthropologies of death, and on the right, high anthropologies of death. Okay. I'd like to just go through some of these, and because it's important, I think, for us to see the contrast between some anthropologies of death and others. And I'm doing this because I want to show you also that some Catholics are taking a very strong line on a low anthropology of death. In other words, they don't like the idea that death and life are intimately tied together. Okay. Look at number 1 on the left. This is Dylan Thomas. Do not rage, do not go gentle into that good night. rage against the dying of the light. Now you can see there that Dylan Thomas is, does not see any value at all to the mystery of death contributing to life. It's simply not there. So rage against it. The more you turn away from death, the more you'll turn into life. Okay, that's the principle operative there. Okay. Now look at the right-hand side, and this is Sebastian Moore. And it is out of death that we come into our destined life. Death here is more than metaphorical, or if it is metaphorical, we are at the origin of the metaphor. It is not simply the necessity of dumping an old way of being to come into a new that dictates the description of the old as having to die. It is the death-dealing nature of the whole in which we become ourselves, bringing us to a death that is the condition of our development. Okay, so you see how very intimately life and death are related there. We cannot reach our development except in and through the journey into death. Now look back at the left-hand side. I give you this because I think it reflects the attitude of a good many people today, a good many Catholics. It's written by a Jesuit, was published in America under the title Death is an Outrage. Okay. If you resonate with this, don't hesitate to admit it, because I think a lot of people do. This would be the kind of common sense approach, I suppose, to the relation between death and life. It looks like death and life should be at odds with each other. And that's what this statement refers to. He says, I'm at the point in my life when death is no longer a remote, distant, someday over the horizon, mostly irrelevant fact. Death may not be charging at me, but it's moving in on me inexorably. It's not just waiting for me, a someday thing, it's gaining on me. What an outrage, just when each day is richer, fuller, better, it has taken so very long to learn how to live, and now the cutoff point. This isn't right. Death is a monstrous outrage. How do I go on? How do I endure without irremediable frustration? I can live with death because I believe that every moment of life is valuable, every moment can be useful and productive, can be incredibly rich even when life is severely limited. And so I tolerate this alien, monstrous, outrageous thing, death, but I also wait with quiet expectation for the ecstasy. I think that's the credo of a good many people, good many Christian people, good many Catholic people. But you can see if it is, you're dealing with a very low anthropology of death. Death is not contributing anything to life. Death simply takes life away. Death compromises life, reduces the quality of life, makes no positive contribution to it at all. What do you think of that? Does that hit home? Is that it's a common sense view, you see. That's the way it looks. And that's why it's attractive, I think. Well, what does life have to do with death? The more you run from death, the more life you get. Is that true? It is true for many, I think.
Maybe though, that would be part of the process of moving to the next stage, of seeing death as kind of like a part of the whole of life. But maybe until we've allowed ourselves to process through the normal human kind of reaction to it. Because in that first paragraph, I know exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, sure. We all know what he's saying.
But it's, to me, it might be part of our humanity to allow ourselves to go through the process before we can get to the next step, kind of along towards seeing it as a whole, rather than as an against or something.
Okay. Well, but perhaps that's true. That if you don't go through this kind of resistance to death, then the next step along toward integrating death into life does not happen, if I hear you correctly.
Yes, maybe. I'm saying maybe.
Yeah.
I It's just a possibility.
Yeah, I think there are other factors entering in. I want to mention a few of them in a second.
It seems to me to express an awful lot of anger.
Yes.
And then suddenly I get to that last phrase. But I also wait with quiet expectation for the ecstasy.
Yeah, but he's waiting for the ecstasy. He's not waiting for the death. You know, he's hoping. In other words, the ecstasy will replace the death. It's not that he's going to go through the death to the ecstasy. He doesn't see that at all. And yet, I think that's what we're talking about when we talk about a high anthropology of death, such as these writers on the right are expressing. Let's look at number 2 in the right column. This is Bonhoeffer. Death is the supreme festival on the road to freedom. How different from the left column, huh? How different. And yet both Christians, both educated theologically and so on. Yes, please.
I was just reminded that the very early Christians had a very high understanding of death because they wanted death to be united with Jesus. There was a much stronger sense and understanding of the cross.
Well, there was, but I think if you say the very early Christians, that wouldn't be quite accurate, because the very early Christians, including St. Paul for a while, really were pretty much into that pathological model of the cross. Resurrection is what saves. And it was only gradual that Paul, in his experience with the Christians in Greece, came to the awareness that death itself is transformative. But you're quite right in the sense that a little bit later on, they did begin to see the intimate connection and gave it expression in their writings. Yeah. Okay, death is the supreme festival on the road to freedom. You see what he's really saying? You can't get to freedom. You can't get to real human freedom unless you get into that death mystery. Okay. Number 3 over there. This is Ronner. The vast and silent emptiness of death, the true essence of our being. Very sharp words, strong words. How can you say that? How can you say that death is what we are all about? And it isn't by itself what we're all about. Death, is part of what we're all about, and by entering into it, we reach the transformation into glory, and so on. Again, Ronner, and number 4. Inherent in the history of any man as personal and human, there is an ultimate and deepest tendency of the will to achieve its consummation in death. He's not talking there just about Christians. He's talking about any man. He's saying that we are called to life through death. Every man, every human being is called to life through death. And so there is a dynamic within us that orients us toward the mystery of death, even though we fight it for the most part. Okay. Sister?
While reading this, I'm thinking of something that I see as possibly very dangerous at this present moment in the attitude of young people to death.
Yeah.
Both the low and the high anthropologists, we just read those, death is a supreme festival. Those people who take drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the father of happens to be my hairdresser, was talking about his own daughter, and he said of her, she saw death as preferable to life.
Mm-hmm.
She committed suicide.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you raised that point, because it needs to be commented on. I think our natural inclination is to see suicide as an indication of people who do not fear death and who are willing to enter into death and see it in very positive terms. That is only true if you simply define death at the end of life. But if you are talking about death as a mystery going on in life itself, suicide is, in every case, almost every case, is an escape from the brother and the sister of death. You see, so it isn't an embrace of death at all. It's running from the brother or sister of death into a death that is more acceptable given the situation that they live in. So suicide is not really of itself an indication of the beauty of death. There's something about their life situation that is urging them to take that measure. Yes.
I was thinking along the same lines of untimely death and things like that. But also, what about the death of injustice depth of lies, calumny, misjudgment, all the oppressive systems, the governments that oppress, and people who find themselves the scapegoats of society because of anger, all of these things that happen. Now, Jesus proclaimed the kingdom of God, and we continue that proclamation in our being. Where does injustice fit there? Because even the death of Jesus was unjust. Where does it fit?
The next theme we're going to deal with is the pathology of death. And I think to some degree we'll be throwing a little light on that. Where does injustice fit in here? A lot has to do with asking, why is it that people are unjust to other people? What is behind the scenes when people oppress and take advantage of other people? What moves them to that? Is there any sense in which that kind of behavior is itself destructive death resistance in its deepest level? So what we mean, when we ask where does injustice come from, I think one of the things we have to look at is how much of that injustice is rooted in this wholesale running from death that we find as a part of our society, in a wholesale running from death in a destructive way.
Really, the redemption idea of that say Mary McKillop had in her time, the reparation idea saved people from that, in that they could put a meaning to injustice.
Right.
So that, like, if I offer it up in reparation for what God, or what Jesus suffered and things like that, it gives some meaning to suffering injustice.
Right.
But I don't find the same answer.
Okay. See, I don't think there's only one way of giving meaning to injustice. There was certainly gross injustice on the cross. When Jesus was the victim of terrible injustice, that injustice that made him a victim was the occasion of the journey, the paschal journey that delivered the world from injustice on a deep level. Not that deliverance is always taken advantage of or is entered into and responded to. But anyway, I think it gets to that level. You can bring this up again as we get into this a little further into this whole question of the pathology of death. I think there's a lot of things that still need to be opened up here. Sister.
Just thinking von Hoffman, he was a victim of injustice, and his reaction to death is positive.
Yes.
He was in prison.
Okay. No, I think many of these people, through that prison experience, did had the time and the resources to reflect on the mystery of what was happening to them, and did grow through it. There's no question about that, seems to me. And yet, at the same time, last night, as I mentioned, sometimes if we don't deal with questions of injustice on the deepest level, then it's very possible for those who are oppressed to become the oppressor. When the oppressed become the oppressor, it's always an indication that we haven't analyzed the problem deeply enough. Let's look at number 5 on the right-hand column. Dying is the impenetrably dark face of coming alive. Strong words again by Nicholas Lash, and a very high anthropology of death. Number 6, the God of life himself accepts to live in us at the very moment when we descend into death. To most of us, that experience will be just the opposite. God has abandoned me. You know, God is not taking care of me. I'm descending into death. Death has a hold of me. God has turned away from me. But depending on how we deal with that, that can either be a destructive or a creative situation. And that's Thomas Merton. And then the last one from Simon Tugwell, who incidentally has written a beautiful book with I've relied on heavily, this Human Immortality and the Redemption of Death. He says, death is a necessary and decisive factor in the process whereby human beings become immortal. In other words, death is a decisive part of the process where we overcome death. It's only through entering into death that death can be overcome. But it doesn't look that way. And it isn't often treated that way. Death looks like it's taking us away from life rather than into life. And I think we're at the very delicate level of human behavior in general. And how many of us are really able to treat death as life-giving. I'm not talking now about, I'll come to this in a moment, but I'm not talking about, I'm not saying that we shouldn't take care of our health or our lives or anything like that. That goes without saying, and we should help others do the same. I'm talking about situations where we're having taken the initiatives that we can take, there's nothing we can do. When we're up against a brick wall, what do? Remember last night I mentioned that analysis of Eliot. Certain problems we can do something about, other problems we can't, except we can adjust our attitude toward it. And that makes all the difference. Okay, is that are those contrasts clear? Okay. And believe me, you are going to find a lot of Christians today moving in this left column. And maybe we're not at the stage yet where it's all that clear to Christians that the left column is self-defeating. I mean, this man on that second item there that, the death is an outrage, I'm sure he's doing that in the name of affirming life. But he's not affirming life, at least as we understand it. He's running from life. You see, that's the big difference with this business of the way death and life are related. If they're related like this, then you can run from death and life isn't affected. But if they're related like this, running from death is running from life. And that's what makes it so terrible. If we weren't running from life and running from death, it wouldn't be any big deal. And of course, the kind of life we're running from is paschal life. Somebody in there? No? Okay. Sister.
Yeah, Jesus had a low feeling about death. And he said, my God, why have you forsaken me in agony in the garden?
That's right. And all that tells us, I think, is that we don't have to be ashamed of fearing death. Death is a fearsome thing. And we don't have to be ashamed of asking for death to be taken from us or suffering to be taken from us. But the last chapter of that story is that Jesus did surrender himself to his Father. So, embracing death doesn't mean that we no longer fear it. The fear can be extremely deep, and our desire to be rid of it can be extremely deep. The question is, what do we do with our fear? Does it become the occasion for running, or the running away from, or running into, and in the process being transformed? Okay, sister.
People might be running from the suffering that causes death rather than the actual death itself.
And that's what I'm talking about in terms of the brothers of death. That's why I think we have to keep that in the perspective all the time. Suffering itself is, something that we could run. As a matter of fact, we could run into death rather than suffer. And that gets back to the suicide question to some degree. I think that this, as I see the New Testament, the Christian commentary, and this relationship between life and death, I think there is definitely a high anthropology of death. And so much so that I think that we probably need to redefine our human existence in some way. As you know, the definition that we use now for human life comes out of the Greek world. We call ourselves rational animals. Rational animals. Much more Greek than Hebrew in its composition. If what these materials are pointing to is true, I think, without necessarily throwing out the idea of rational animal, because I think there's some truth in that, but I think on a deeper level we probably could call ourselves paschal animals. Paschal animals. That's basically what we are. We are life through death animals. If this high anthropology of death is true. We don't get to life, to fullness of life, except by the passing into that mystery of our dying. We just don't get there. So I think you'll agree with me that it's a little harder to deal with this material than with the cosmology of death, because that's kind of out there. And when it comes close to home, first of all, we always wonder, well, what have I been doing? How have I been handling this? Or have I been handling it? I think this is where the rubber meets the road in a certain sense. The decision you make on this is really critical, I think. It will have all kinds of impact on your personal life, your spiritual life, your ministerial life, the way you handle people who are dying and suffering. Is our job simply to take suffering away? It is to take suffering away, I think, when we can. We have to do everything we can to help people live more fully and better lives and so on, but at what point is our task helping people into their dying as into their true life? And that's a pastoral decision that, of course, has to be made in the context of particulars. Now, I want to raise a question that, again, will sound a little bit, maybe more than a little bit bizarre and unacceptable, but I have to raise it with you because it's something that it's part of my journey now and that I've been thinking about very seriously. And it's going to come up again when we get to this question of the pathology of death. I think there are, well, let me see, how shall I put it? There was an article that appeared in the Christian Century some years ago under the title, "Do Christians Believe in Death?" And the article was kind of interesting because it suggested that there are parts of our tradition that really marginate death. What parts am I referring to? Well, first of all, as you know, we have been taught that death and suffering wouldn't even be part of this world had it not been for sin, right? The original sin came into the picture. There was no suffering and death before that. After original sin, suffering and death occurred. And that's been our punishment ever since, you see. Now, when you think of that arrangement, which is deep in our bones, it's pretty hard to move from that to seeing death as a genuine part of our humanity. That the way it is now, it's always comes in as a punishment, right? Death shouldn't be here except as a punishment for sin. Death is relegated to the lower level. It's under the rubric of sin. How can we ever develop a truly high anthropology of death as long as that's true? And you see what I'm getting at? I'm aiming a critique at that particular idea that death was not here in this world of ours except because of sin. I think that Christianity remains perfectly intact if we say death was there at the beginning. Death and suffering were part of the human mystery from the beginning, and that we were paschal animals from the beginning. That we were life through death animals. We were created in the beginning to be life through death animals. Now I'm going to touch that a little more in detail when we get to the pathology of death, but I wanted to raise that before you because I think it is really a very, very common way that most of us have of just keeping death a little bit to the side of our humanity. It shouldn't have been there in the beginning. God created us with a humanity that didn't require death to be part of it, so that it would reach its fulfillment. And as long as we live with that atmosphere, it's going to be very easy for us to say, well, of course, death is here and it's a punishment, and why shouldn't we just focus on other things than on this punishment that keeps attacking us because sin happened? I think suffering and death was there right at the beginning, and that does lead us toward a high anthropology of death. You see that? Now, that can be debated. It will be debated. Although, I think I can assure you that today, exegetes and theologians are beginning to take a second look at that. And I think that there's a definite move among them to say that death was part of the original situation of humankind. I'll comment a little bit more on that this afternoon. Now, the other thing is even more delicate, and that is we have grown up with the idea that there's a part of us that cannot be touched at all by death, right? The soul. Soul is not susceptible of death. The soul is deathless. The soul is immortal. And we've always said that the soul is the heart and soul of who we are, see? Therefore, the heart and soul of who we are can't be touched by death. And so when we're up against the mystery of death, instead of turning into death, we can turn back to that part of us that resists death, which can't be touched by death, and take solace in that, instead of entering into the death mystery. Is it necessary for us, as we try to be faithful to our Christian tradition, to believe that there is any part of us that is not susceptible of death? And is that idea that the soul won't die more of a Greek import into our tradition than a Hebrew import or a biblical import? There's no idea of an immortality of the soul in the Old Testament, even after they come to believe in resurrection, not because they've learned to believe in that there's part of the human mystery that isn't susceptible of death. It was because of what I mentioned, the need to protect God's justice and so on. And in the New Testament, there's no indication that the soul survives death. There's no indication that Jesus believed there was anything within human existence that survives death. Now, what is at the heart of the human condition, of the Christian mystery, is our belief that we live on with God forever, and that is key. Without that, we would lose our tradition. So we believe that life is going to continue, but why, as a part of that belief, do we have to fall back on the fact that there's something in us that death can't touch? You see, if we really died totally in our being, if that were really true, then we would have to enter into that as a way to life. There would be no part of us that is not susceptible of death that we could fall back on, instead of taking on the mystery of death wholesale. So I want to raise that question. Again, it's an area of controversy and debate, I realize that. I've written an article on this entitled Christian Immortalities, Are There Too Many? I think the ultimate immortality that we long for and will be given is immortality with God in heaven, but I don't think we're going to be taken there by an immortal soul. We're going to be taken there by the Holy Spirit, I think. And so this article raises the question both of the immortality of the body, whether or not the body was immortal to begin with, and then the immortality of the soul. It will be published in Chicago Studies probably the next issue or the following one. I think it's a quarterly. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of static that surfaces, if any. But anyway, the article was very, positively received by the editors of which is a pretty good theological review. I don't know if you're familiar with it. But in any case, that's basically where I stand on this. And I do that because I just see that dealing with the death mystery is so vital to reaching life. I think it's far more vital than, focusing our attention on an immortal soul. I think what is really important is focusing on the mystery of death and letting the Holy Spirit take us through death into transformation into life. I've taught a number of courses, a couple of courses at the School of the Catholic Theological Union, and then the seminars that I've given and the various groups on. But there were different kinds of papers associated with those programs, and I left those on the back there for your taking, and I see they've been taken. So, but they were just too heavy to carry home with me when I leave. So that's why they appeared right there. This last session, we have an hour to reflect on these last two categories here: the pathology of death and the soteriology of death. And in some sense, this is the key to everything. Although all of this material knits together. And I think particularly this question of the anthropology of death, the way you make up your mind on that is very important for your whole approach, it seems to me, to the understanding of the cross, and certainly to what we're going to be dealing with now in terms of these two categories. The first thing I should say is that I'm going to treat these two categories together, the pathology and soteriology of death. The reason for that is because these things are so closely related. As soon as you say something about the mystery of death as a saving death, you've already pointed to some degree to what it is that that death was being directed toward as a saving initiative. And the same way, whenever you raise or you get some information about the situation that needs saving, you've already said something about the kind of salvation that is required. So we do have to think of these two categories together. A couple of people, again, Gabriel Daly is the one who made this statement. He said, there can be no understanding of what salvation might mean until we are clear about the condition from which we long to be saved. It's like saying you can't understand a therapy without reference to the situation or the disease that it's directed toward. So they're very closely related. And again, Simon Tugwell said the redemption would not make sense without an awareness of the mess that needed redemption. And when we talk about that mess, we're talking about the pathological condition, which is really, I use that term pathology to speak of the world of sin. Okay, what are the elements that enter into the world of sin? If we did a diagnosis of the meaning of sin, what would we discover there? If we put sin under the microscope and looked at its various dimensions, to what extent would we find the mystery of death hovering beneath the horizon or the surface of sin, and so on? Just to follow through on that a little bit, we're coming to the point where we want to focus here again and be a little more specific about what happened here. You see, here we say is what God has done to save us from the bondage of sin. Okay. Now, the ideal thing is to look at this to the point where you can tease out of the salvation, the saving mystery, the shape of the pathology. If you can do that, if you can get close to that, then you would be close to the mystery of to how this works. Let me give you some examples from just secular life. If I say I saved someone by administering artificial respiration, that's a clear statement of salvation, isn't it? You know how it works. The reason you know how it works is because in the very statement, artificial respiration, you know there's a breathing problem. The breathing problem is already indicated in the very notion of artificial respiration. But if you didn't know what kind of problem artificial respiration was directed to, you couldn't understand it. And the same would be true if I saved someone by applying a tourniquet. That's a clear statement of salvation, because in the very notion of tourniquet, there is a hint about the problem, namely a loss of blood. Okay. So we really have to treat these two things together. The more we get a little insight into the mystery of sin and its relationship with death, the more we have to go back and look at the cross in terms of how it deals with that situation. So we'll be going back and forth in this session between the pathology of death and the soteriology of death. The pathology of death, I'm simply asking again, how does death figure in the pathological universe? How does death figure into our sinfulness? Does it have any role to play in our sinfulness? More specific, does our attitude toward death play into our sinfulness in any way? Do our reactions to death play into our sinfulness? And again, I'm talking not just about death at the end, but the brothers and the sisters of death, those realities that occur during life. And then when I'm talking about the soteriology of death, I'm asking, what is the relationship between the death Jesus died and our deliverance, or our redemption from the power of the bondage of sin and so on? Okay, now let's see here. Okay, the first thing that I want to look at a little bit is this question of the role, our attitude toward death. Okay, we are distinguished from the lower animals. Human beings are distinguished from the lower animals by the fact that we are the only ones who know about death. The animals die, but they don't know they're going to die. And that makes a big difference. We're going to die, and we know we're going to die. Some of the artists have talked about that. And for instance, Tennessee Williams, talked about the pig's advantage. The pig is going to die, but the pig doesn't know it's going to die. The pig has no death awareness to deal with, you see. We do. We know we're going to die, and we know we're going to die. We're aware of death, in other words, the way the lower animals are not. Shakespeare referred to the same thing as bestial oblivion. Bestial oblivion. They're spared the knowledge of this mystery of death, even though they're mortal beings. Okay. Death awareness is something that we know about, and it gives rise to anxiety and to fear, and that's perfectly normal. Fear and anxiety are not exactly the same thing. Fear is when you have identified something that you're afraid of, a reality. So if you walk out of here and you walk along the street, and all of a sudden there's a Bengal tiger making its way toward you, you're afraid, and you know why you're afraid. Your fear is focused on that reality of this dangerous animal. Anxiety is a little different. Anxiety doesn't really have a particular object. It's just an awareness that we are mortal, and that we can step off the island of existence at any point into what would seem to be nothingness. We can cease existing. Now, that obviously isn't a Christian perspective, but I mean, death can certainly have that perspective to it, even though we bring a Christian interpretation to it. Anxiety is that deeper reality of the awareness that we are not necessarily, our life is not of the essence. We can lose our life. We can be deprived of our life in a variety of different ways. So then following death fear or death anxiety, we naturally move toward death resistance. And there again, that's perfectly normal. There's nothing strange about death resistance. We do resist things that we fear, and death, among all things, we fear very much. So there's nothing wrong with death resistance. However, there's a further distinction that I refer to as constructive death resistance and destructive death resistance. I think there's many ways many situations where we resist death in a constructive way, taking care of our health, assisting others to take care of their health, ministering in one way or another to people who are afflicted, or taking care of our own affliction in some way or other. So we do resist death, and we don't have to apologize for that. We should resist death. But there are some occasions when resisting death can turn into something quite destructive for ourselves and for other people. And that's basically what I want to get into today, and that's what I refer to as the pathology of death. To what extent does our awareness of death and our resistance of death turn into behavior that compromises our own well-being and compromises perhaps the well-being of other people. And that's the area that I'm referring to as the pathology of death, the impact of death awareness and death resistance on our behavior, and either constructively or destructively. Now, let me just say a couple of things about this question of death fear. The question of death fear is something that we're all aware of, and again, the novelists and the artists sometimes help us with this. Tennessee Williams put it this way. He says, when I look at my life, my past keeps getting larger and larger at the expense of my future. You know, one way of putting it in sort of a poetic fashion. Woody Allen, he said, I'm not afraid of dying. I just don't want to be there when it happens. John Gardner spoke of this question of death fear in one of his novels. The novel is Resurrection, and this part of the novel is a conversation between an elderly country gentleman and a young woman. And it goes this way. He says, he shook his head slyly. Everything in this world was made to go to waste, ma'am. Mayflies eat algae, and dragonflies eat mayflies, and sunfish eat dragonflies, and people eat sunfish, and polar bears eat people. That's the only thing I've learned in 50 years. Things was wasting before the first human beings came down from the treetops, and there'll still be things wasting when all this world's turned to cinders and ice. Only real difference between people and trees is trees don't fret about it.
Trees don't fret about it. People ought to be more like trees, Miss Chandler. That's my philosophy. So trees don't fret about it. Neither do pigs and other animals. We instinctively do fret about it. And as I say, without apology, that's perfectly normal. But what do we do with our fear? And that's the thing. What do we do with it? There's some years ago, I found in the Wall Street Journal, New York. I usually don't read the Wall Street Journal, but on this occasion, I think somebody gave me this. It's an advertisement in the Wall Street Journal for one of these skin care companies. They, I guess, do things that help your skin look a little younger or something like that. I don't get all the details here. I know it costs $45,000 per franchise. But anyway, it's called the Judith Sands Institute. But I was interested in the headline of the ad. And you won't all be able to see it from here, but the headline is, "Invest in Fear." Invest in fear. It's a good investment. There's always a good market for fear. In this case, fear of aging, I guess, or fear of the signs of aging, whatever it may be. It's a good place to put your money, you see, because this is going on. Now, the reason why I'm raising these kind of things is because first of all, I mentioned before, we haven't done our homework in this area of the understanding of death. We haven't looked carefully at to what extent the awareness of death and our attitudes toward death influence destructive behavior or sinful behavior. And so we need to pick up little indicators of this kind, it seems to me, to begin to do an analysis of just what kind of reality this death business is in terms of its potential for feeding into our destructive behavior. It's a deep reality. I want to suggest that all living organisms instinctively fear death. Freud said that survival of death is the oldest, strongest, and most insistent wish of humankind. The oldest, strongest, and most insistent wish of humankind. In other words, we're interested in immortality. And you see, from a Christian point of view, that's really great. That's important because we are called to immortal life. There's no question about that. We are called to immortal life. Problem is, if we are called to immortal life through our mortal life, through the mystery of death, you see, and sometimes we can compromise this call to immortal life because we don't want to deal adequately with the death mystery. If death is the way to immortality, and if we don't deal adequately with death, we're not going to proceed very well in our move toward immortality. So, but anyway, he spoke of these basic instincts: self-preservation and self-propagation. As you know, self-preservation is the deeper one, and we propagate ourselves in order to survive. Self-preservation, to survive in some way through offspring in this particular case. So I'm raising this question to suggest that death fear is not just one of many areas of fear. I'm trying to suggest that this gets pretty deep. If it wasn't, I wouldn't even be going into this because if it was just one fear among others and so on, it wouldn't hardly be worth focusing on in terms of maybe a key factor in occasioning our destructive behavior. But it is deep. We don't ever really get away from it. And so it can have a real, significant influence on our lives. Was it Freud again, I think, that said What distinguishes us from the lower animals is our capacity for neurosis. Our capacity for neurosis. Not our neurosis, but our capacity for it, namely because we know that death is a factor, and we have to contend with it one way or another, either by dealing with it, entering into it in faith, or by great energy expended in keeping it at a distance. Okay. Now, I want to, we don't have a great deal of time, so I want to go directly to some of the materials that I've collected over the years in terms of this question, what I call resisting death, death resistance. I've spent a lot of time on this. A major part of that 40 years has just been reading, and mostly a great part of it has been reading novels and commentaries of one kind or another, and the psychologist or anthropologist or whatever, where they touch upon death and where they're referring to the whole scope of human activity that gets back to fear of death in one way or another. It's amazing when you had a chance to go through this, you would just see so much of human life is touched by these energies of getting away from this reality of death. Not all of them destructive, as I suggested. Some of them can be quite constructive. But I have in this one right now, I think I have about 383 entries. And as I say, over a long period of time, this has been collected. Now, I can't go through all of this with you, and I didn't distribute this to you, but I did distribute this piece on the difference death makes. I think you all have that. The difference death makes. It's 3 or 4 pages. Now, these statements in this paper have been distilled from this larger piece of documentation. And I've taken out very short statements that go right to the point. So all of these statements here are taken out of longer statements in this other piece of documentation. But for audiences like this, for occasions like this, where we don't have a lot of time, this is maybe some help, gives you some idea of the kind of material that's in here. When I teach this as a course, then of course I distribute this whole document and they go through the whole document and get all the context of it and everything. But to get into the thing rather quickly, this will give you some idea of what I've discovered about the impact of death awareness and death resistance in human life, okay? And what I'm trying to get to all the time is this is not just one fear or one kind of resistance among others. I think it gets right to the deep level of the kind of reality that may well serve as the soil out of which our destructiveness flows. Okay. So if you look on the first page there, you have these short statements by a number of different people. Samuel Johnson at the beginning there. The whole of life is but keeping away thoughts of death. The whole of life. That's what it's about. We're life creatures. And where there are diminishments that enter in or suggest themselves, energies go in that direction. Matthew Arnold, the primary concern of reality is the search for immortality. Okay, now these are not Christian sources as such, but I'm just saying these are people who have been observing life and have drawn these conclusions. K.R. Eisler, the third one there, man is the only species which knows death, and this knowledge shapes his life. It's a major factor in shaping us. George Harris, somewhere in most of our actions, inside the purposes that get us out of bed in the morning, you find an underlying compulsion to be more than temporary, and it has to do with the need to transcend death. Now, I ask you to test this against your own experience, your experience of yourself, your experience of other people. I have no way of proving this except by just asking people to examine their experience. this may not ring true with you. Maybe your experience of people and of yourself is quite different, which is fine. But I have no easy formula for communicating this idea of the pathology of death. It has to be reached inductively. That means you have to look at a lot of samples and then ask yourself, why are all these people saying the same thing? You know, maybe there's something to it on a very deep level. Paul Tillich, how much of our lives consists in nothing but attempts to look away from the end? Notice too, these are not all people in one particular framework. They are theologians, and some of them are theologians, psychologists, philosophers, artists, you name it. They're all kind of catching this same signal. Bruno Bettelheim, it is a struggle of the life drives against fear of death that governs man's life. Pretty strong statements. Charles Licksberg, everything man does is but a vain effort to escape from the ignominious destiny of death. On page 2, Langdon Gilkey at the top there, to protect ourselves against threats to our contingent existence is the most fundamental reason for the balance of our activity in the world. Again, pretty strong statement. Ernest Becker down there, toward the middle of the page. I think I mentioned him last night, did I not? Fine contribution in this. The name, he wrote 2 books. One was published posthumously. The book that really summed up his life and his life work was called The Denial of Death. Any of you read that? Okay, it's a powerful statement, and these are some of the short statements he makes within that book. The first one there, of all things that move man, one of the principal ones is the terror of death. And again, the idea of death, the fear of it, haunts the human animal like nothing else. It is a mainspring of human activity. And finally, consciousness of death is the primary repression, not sexuality. Now it's interesting, this man Becker, he is a disciple of Otto Rank. Otto Rank was in the original Freudian circle. And as you know, in the Freudian circle, the repression of sexuality was the primary repression. Otto Rank broke away from the Freudian circle on the basis of affirming that the primary repression, the deep repression, is the repression of death, and that spills over into sexuality, into all other things. Okay, Ernest Becker picked up on Otto Rank and has carried through on that, and has given a lot of additional detail to Rank's original insight. Now, if you look at the introduction to that second part of the page, page 2, if the fabric of human behavior is woven under the influence of death denial, the same must be true of history and culture, and the gamut of institutions they embrace, for these inevitably bear the marks of the behavior which produced them. So we move now from the impact of death, fear, on behavior in individuals to culture and society and history. And here's some interesting observations also. Robert Lifton, one can see the historical process as a continuing collective effort to maintain under constantly changing conditions symbols for transcending death. Now you're talking about, a lot of energies here that go beyond just individuals. This is social energy, energies of peoples in general, not just individuals. The next one there, Boris Pasternak, is one of my favorites, and it's a good example of constructive death resistance. This is from his novel, Zhivago. What is history, he says? It is the centuries of systematic explorations of the riddle of death with a view to overcoming death. That's why people discover mathematical infinity and electromagnetic waves. That's why they write symphonies. Interesting. You see, a lot of things are being touched now by this question of death resistance, and some of them touched in a very positive way. Death resistance can make real contributions to culture and to society and so on. Sam Keane, and the next one there, culture is a series of monuments inscribed with the motto, death has no dominion. Now notice what that means. We are all children of culture, are we not? Constantly being impacted by culture that we didn't create. Culture is constantly beaming in on us this kind of thing. Death has no dominion. Get away from death. Don't concentrate on death. Concentrate on life. We're getting that message constantly through the media, through the television, you name it. We have to be, if what we're talking about is true here, we have to be countercultural in terms of this death mystery, because society at large does not buy into what we've been talking about. That death is that crucial to what it means to be human, to enter into that human mystery. We're getting exactly the opposite signals from our culture, and that's an important reality here. Alan Harrington is the next one. Incidentally, this is a beautiful statement. His conclusions are not very good, or his solutions are not very good, but he wrote a book, and this is from that book, called The Immortalist. And he's an editor, or a journalist rather, and so he doesn't suffocate you with that heavy scientific commentary. So it's a very readable book if you happen to come across it. He doesn't, as I say, his diagnosis is far better than his therapy, put it that way. And he says, all culture has been a subtle and devious attempt to conquer death. Okay, we're all in it. Now, we may have resisted it, we may not, but it's at this point I think that Christianity really collides to some degree with this world that we live in. Jeffrey Schrank, much of our culture is a response, however inadequate, to the fear of death. Camus, empires and churches are born under the son of death. Empires and churches. And you see how much is being caught up under this business of death resistance. Camus, again, says the order of the world is shaped by death. And John Donne, human societies have always been built upon solutions to the problem of death. Peter Berger has worked in the field of sociology, as you know, on page 3 there at the top. Every human society is in the last resort men banded together in the face of death. Norman Brown, history is what man does with death. Is this somewhat new to you, just how much of an impact death resistance has? Or? It was new to me, believe me. I didn't know this until I gathered these things together and I found all these people kind of pointing to the same thing. And then I looked at it and I said, boy, there's something going on there. And of course, we're not told about it. We're not told that culture and society is geared to keeping us at a distance from this reality. We just enter into it and absorb it, and those are the principles we live by, tend to in any case, unless we are countercultural enough in our Christianity to resist that kind of thing. And again, Ernest Becker here. The new perspective in psychoanalysis is that its crucial concept is the repression of death. This is what is creaturely about man. This is the repression on which culture is built. Culture itself built on death repression. Keep it under wraps. Keep it under wraps. Okay, now let's move to the next section here. Yes, please. I didn't hear you, please.
So do women not write in this area, or do they write differently? It's just an observation that all these examples are from men.
Yeah. I've been looking for years to find as broad a clientele as possible to deal with this issue. And to some, there are some women that would be aware of this. For instance, Dr. Ross, Kubler-Ross. I think there's one in here. Yeah, we're coming to it. She would be one that has spoken very forcefully in this area. By the way, if you know, or any of you know women that are working in this area, I would love to add them to this material. But you're quite right. The people who have been doing these studies, for the most part, have been men. Now, maybe there's a conclusion to be drawn from that. I don't know. Is it maybe that women don't sense this as a problem of the same magnitude that men see it as? I don't really know. okay, that maybe this is less of a problem for women. And I would say this, however, the things that I've come across in terms of dealing with this matter, I'm not so sure that women don't recognize this as a problem, but I think to some degree women deal with it better. That would be my feeling. Please. Simone Weil, yes, she does, yeah. I don't know if I have anything of hers right here, but I do have one of her statements someplace. Yes, she does touch that very deeply. Yeah. Yes, please.
I just read recently that Renee Girard, who's the Professor of Anthropology at Stanford, says that cultures are foundationally grounded in violence, and that the way that a culture gets its identity is by killing off the enemy or by placing its shadow on the enemy, and that's the way that a culture gets its identity. And I was thinking, just when you were speaking, Pat, that maybe, if it's true that cultures are foundationally grounded in violence, perhaps that might be one of the reasons why women back off it, because if we kill off the enemy, or they said women also, I think, as well as men, place their shadow on the enemy. You know, that's the way we sort of put the blame on the enemy. I don't know, I'm just starting to think around that, because maybe it's in that area of violence, and maybe it's in that area of killing off the enemy, that maybe that's where some of the male enemy comes from. I don't know.
I've done a little bit of reflection with Girard's material. So far, I'm not. I don't see him as doing what I would consider justice to this death question, I guess, in general. I don't think he takes it on head on in terms of a vital connection between life and death. The high anthropology of death, in other words, that I was dealing with this morning, I think he turns away from that to some degree. And for that reason, I really haven't analyzed in great detail everything that he says about this death question. He is an important commentator on it. He is, there's no question about it. But I'm trying to get a better handle on exactly where he stands on this, because he's more than just a commentator from the outside. He's a Christian, or attempts to theologize on this, even though that is not his specialty, as I recall. So I'm not going to give you a very good answer on that, but you may be right on target with your comment. I'd like to know more about him. And some of these people in that category they focus on death, but from the background I have, I think they've missed some things, I guess I would say. There's a recent book by Jacques Derrida, is that a familiar name? It's called The Gift of Death. And it's a very hard book to go through. But here again is a man who's turned his considerable intellectual ability in this direction, but at least in a way that for me has not clicked. So, and Girard, I think, would be in that same category for me at the present time. Maybe I can learn more about him eventually. I think, as I understand his position, that he ties in fairly directly into what I call this morning this consequential cross. That was my feeling with Girard. Yeah.
And it would be an invasion of death too, by putting it onto the enemy.
Yes, I think so.
Onto the other. That's the way we achieve life.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so let me introduce this next section of the paper on page 3 there in the middle. To find the human project radically concerned with death denial is not yet to evaluate the phenomenon. Are we better or worse for all the energy we expend in this direction? The answer can only be a combination of the two. Better because resisting death often has much to do with affirming life. Worse because some forms of resisting death result in negating life, which is to say that evil is one of the things we do in the name of survival. These next statements are pretty important ones because they get right into the pathology of death very directly. Salbello. Knowledge of death makes us wish to extend our lives at the expense of others. And this is the root of the struggle for power. Grabbing for life. Jean Vanier. This quest for the non-finite is the deep motivation in domination to possess more and more power. Now, if you get into this question of the repression of women, I think that should be considered. I think there's a reason why men repress women, oppress women, and I suspect it's along this line. It's tied into this. The question of power. What is power about? Power is about grabbing for life, basically. Ionesco, down at the bottom there, as long as we are not assured of immortality, we shall never be fulfilled. We shall go on hating each other in spite of our need for mutual love. And again, he says, I think the reason they're all out there killing one another is because they weren't able to push death back. And you see how you're getting into a pathology here. Death isn't just some harmless kind of thing that we resist without negative effects, but it can have extremely negative effects. Anna Maria Ogard, incidentally, that is another woman who, she's a Danish missiologist who has done work over the years, very fine work in missiology, and she has written this beautiful, I don't have the whole article here, but this beautiful article that focuses on violence. And she says, violence begins with our refusal to accept brokenness and pain as integral to the human condition. Okay. Again, Alan Harrington, evil is nothing but the destructive things people do because they're going to die. Pretty strong statement. And again, he says, struggling against death, we wreak violence on one another. And then again, all forms of what we know as evil arise in one way or another from the competition for immortality. And then there's Dr. Ross's statement, if a whole nation, a whole society suffers from such a fear of death, with such a fear and denial of death, it has to use defenses which only can become destructive. Wars, riots, and increasing numbers of murders and other crimes may be indicators of our decreasing ability to face death with acceptance and dignity. So you see, you're getting into a lot of areas here. And then Ernest Becker again, men use one another to assure their personal victory over death. Now we could go on with that, but I think that's enough to give you some idea of what's in this other volume, this kind of material at greater length. And it's gradually over the years that I have moved, because of this kind of data, to a notion of a high pathology of death. I think, our destructive behavior, our sinfulness and so on does not just happen in a vacuum. It happens, I think, out of this awareness of the mystery of death facing us and the attempts we make to put it aside in destructive forms. So, okay, that's data that comes from, it's not just from the Christian tradition, it's data that comes from a variety of different sources. And then the next step, of course, is to test that in terms of the Christian tradition. And that's one of the things that I want to attempt. We're running out of time, however. So there is a beautiful reflection on the Old Testament, on Abraham and the Exodus and the exile and so on, and just how much the mystery of death folds into those stories, sometimes on a level that we're not always aware of. But in any case, I wanted to just alert you to that idea that death and the mystery of our dying is not just one problem among others. I think it is the foundational problem. More and more I'm coming to that conclusion, that our destructiveness is not well analyzed until we get it down to this thanatological level. Okay. Now, let me go quickly to another single page that I gave you.
The two faces of death in the New Testament. The two faces of death in the New Testament. Single page. Here, and I have two columns again, and the two columns are meant to show you the contrast between these two faces. The main reason, I think, why death is so vital, is so crucial, so basic to our understanding of our world and our behavior and our salvation, is that death is both the instrument of God in trying to bring us to life, and death is also the instrument of Satan trying to bring us to an abandonment of faith. That's why it's so important. It's a territory where God and Satan are working with the same material, obviously with different agenda, either to transform us or to defeat us. Satan is going to take the mystery of death and make it do his bidding in terms of our relationship with God, turning away from God through destructiveness and sin. God is going to take the same mystery of death and ask us to have faith enough to walk into the mystery of death so that transformation can happen. And again, I'm talking about walking into a death that we have attempted to be rid of, but we're not able to be rid of. So this is death that we don't have any choice about. Okay. Now look at these two columns. On the left, the first one there from 1 Corinthians, Christ must reign until God has put all enemies under his feet, and the last enemy to be destroyed is death. Now you can see that death is enemy there, right? Death is a negative reality. You turn to the right-hand column, Romans 5. For if, when we were God's enemies, we were reconciled to him by the death of his Son. It's the death of Jesus that reconciled us. It is all the more certain that we who have been reconciled will be saved by his life. Okay. Right. Here again, death is an enemy. Death is Satan's instrument. And so Jesus abolishes death in that form. And yet, we go to the right-hand column. Very truly, I tell you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains just a grain of wheat, but if it dies, it bears much fruit, and so on. Those who love their life lose it. Those who hate their life in this world will keep it. Terrific paradox there. Okay. So death is by way of justice and so on. So sin reigns through death, a bond between death and sin there. And then you go to the right, 2 Corinthians, continually we carry about in our bodies the dying of Jesus, so that in our bodies the life of Jesus may also be revealed. Their death is life-giving. You see what I'm getting at here? These are the two faces in the New Testament, and that's why it's so vital, this death question. Satan wants to use it to destroy us. God wants to use it to transform us. Okay. Now, if you look at the very bottom of the page, this text comes as close to any in the New Testament to really capturing a lot of the whole notion of how the cross functions as a saving cross in the connection with this death mystery. Since therefore the children share flesh and blood, he himself likewise shared the same things, so that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death. Interesting. Jesus is not going to destroy the one who has the power of death by life. He's going to destroy him by death. He's going to get to him by death, which of course is a life-giving death. Okay. So he himself has likewise shared the same thing, so that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death, that is the devil, and free those who all their lives were held in slavery by the fear of death. That's a strong pathological statement about death. What is the shape of our bondage? Death fear and death resistance. That's what it is. That's what it gets back to. That's the way Satan gets a hold of us, fundamentally and subtly in a variety of different ways. That's the ground level, it seems to me. If we could break out of that and to the point where we could live into the mystery of death, transformation and salvation would happen. Is that clear? Hebrews 2:14-15 is a very important text here. It sums up a lot.
in terms of both a high anthropology of high pathology of death and a high soteriology of death. Now, one other thing. I touched this at the end of the morning session. I want to bring it up again. This is another one of your pages. It's called Original Sin and Death. 3 scenarios. Single page. Now this is theology. I'm not trying to impose this on anyone. I'm just telling you where I have moved, and just for your information, that's all. We've been talking here about the impact of death on sin, but our tradition has told us something like the opposite. Our tradition has told us that sin has the impact on death. In other words, sin brought death into the world. That's what our tradition has told us, and that there wasn't any death or suffering before sin happened, original sin happened. Okay? Now, I think we need a reversal of that, and I think the reversal of that is intact, keeps the Christian tradition intact. And that's what I've been trying to lay out here in these 3 scenarios. The first scenario is the one that we grew up with, namely, original sin gave rise to death and to actual sin, actual sinning. It's behind the scenes both of our dying and our suffering and dying, and also of our ongoing actual or personal sinning. Okay, that's the scenario that's in place now in terms of our tradition. Okay. Now I'm wondering if we can move to another possibility. Number 2, again, keeps original sin at the beginning of the death mystery. So original sin gives rise to death. But you notice the relationship between death and actual sin is different in this scenario. This comes from the Eastern Church. One very good scholar has assured me that in the Eastern Church there is practically a consensus among the Greek fathers regarding this second scenario, and it says that original sin gave rise to death. But once death was in the picture, then all subsequent personal sinning is rooted in death and death resistance, and they come on very strong in that particular area. Now, I like this second scenario from the point of view of the second part of it, namely the death having its impact on actual sin, because that does kind of a focus on a high pathology of death. It shows how much death enters into our sinning, our actual sinning, but not into our original sinning, okay? So the third scenario is the one that I find myself comfortable with at the present time in terms of theological reflection. And as you see, it has death at the beginning, death as a part of the original creation. It's there as God brought creation into being, including human creation. And it was out of the original tension over, struggle with the awareness of death and life, which was offered to us in the beginning as a way of life, but had the appearance of a wall. And, the first parents, dealing with the death mystery, were inclined to turn away from it. In turning away from it, they turned away from the God who was trying to address them through the mystery of death. In other words, human beings were created as paschal beings to begin with, and that means they should have entered into death in order to reach transformation. They refused to do that, turned away from death. In so doing, they gave rise to original sin. Original sin in this context, you see, is shaped by death resistance right from the beginning. Original sin has originally, the original elements involved in original sin were death-resistant elements. So once original sin is on the scene as a result of the failure to deal with death, then the reality of death itself is refashioned to some degree by the fact that original sin is in the world as a death-resistant reality. So death takes on the image of being all the more terrible and all the more the kind of thing that we should and that we would need to run from. So death becomes all the more powerful. I use this term, I put the Roman numerals in there, death 1 and death 2. Death 1 is, the difference between death 1 and death 2 is that death 1 has not been impacted by original sin. And so it has its own tensions associated with it but it is not yet the kind of, it was not yet the kind of threat, severe threat to human existence that it later became under the influence of original sin. Okay, so death too is death as enemy. You see, death too is the only death we know. Death too is the one that has been influenced by original sin, and it is something all the more terrible precisely because original sin in the world has given it that shape. Now, one of the advantages I see of this third scenario is that you see it does preserve to some degree this question of the relationship between original sin and death. The first two scenarios have original sin impacting death. Well, this has it also. Original sin does impact death. It reshapes it to make it all the more the kind of thing that people are going to run from and resist. So there is a certain sense in which the traditional relationship between original sin and death is incorporated in this third model, or third scenario. Okay. Okay, so I think that I wanted to just give you some idea of how we can translate this kind of death resistance, the high pathology of death, into theological categories where we're dealing with original sin. And this would be one way of doing it. Now again, it's pure theology, and where we are presently with our theology is right up here with the first one. Okay, just to be aware of that. Okay, we're getting to the point where we have to conclude, and I will. Well, there's a couple of other things I wanted to do, but I won't have time. But in any case, maybe we could look at a powerful statement in the book of Revelation as a concluding statement here in terms of what Jesus has done to save us through the mystery of death. And this is in the first chapter of the book of Revelation. And it goes in this way, and as you know, this is part of a vision. When I caught sight of him, I fell down at his feet as though dead. He touched me with his right hand and said, "There is nothing to fear." Now this is important for Jesus, because if you go through the scriptures, you look how many times he starts off that way. Fear not, don't be afraid. And he's not saying that fear is bad, he's just saying don't let fear destroy your life. So he says, there's nothing to fear. I am the first and the last and the one who lives. Once I was dead, but now I live forever and ever, and I hold the keys of death and the netherworld. I got a hold of it. As much as to say, death is under new management now, you see. It's no longer under Satan's management. Death is my thing. I'll use it to bring you to life, if you let me. And I think that's basically what he's trying to do on the cross. This is from the book of Revelation, the last book of the Bible, the New Testament, chapter 1. Yeah, it's verse, where is it here? Verses 17 to 18, 17 and 18.
I was just thinking that would make sense, I was thinking of Peru, where there's a lot of violence and very desperate stuff.
Yes.
It's not denied, but accepted in an anti way, or in
That's right.
a separate sort of way.
That's right.
That statement.
See, I think this kind of reflection on what Jesus did with death serves the people who are in oppressive situations. It does, as you say, apathy is not right. We have to take measures to relieve people of oppression. We have to do that. There's no question about that. But if that's all we do, if that's the bottom level of what we do, we are not yet getting deeply enough into the reasons why people oppress other people. And I think the deep level is on this business of the death question. And again, we've mentioned this a couple of times, but if you don't
if we don't bring people out of oppression with the awareness that that oppressive structures are not the deepest level of the oppression, then they are very likely to become the new oppressors. And that's one of the big dangers, I think. Time is up. Thank you for all of your attention and for your great questions and comments. They helped me a lot, believe me, and you're a very easy audience to talk to. Thank you.
So we come to the end of these sessions, and I'd like to ask Kath Burford to come forward, please.
Well, Lil, you've certainly opened up for us new theological fields. And you've placed before us some shocking concepts, which you correctly said we haven't grown up with. No, you didn't bombard us. You buffeted the shocks. You treated us gently. And you gradually helped us to become more and more comfortable. I'm quite comfortable. I love the note he ended on. I was looking forward for death, but I have a bit of unfinished business yet. For a while, it was heavy going, but you kept with us, rethinking and exploring for us these very profound truths. The incarnational cross got to me. What you call the Trinitarian reading of the cross. The reaching out of our own humanity. And this anthropological view of the mystery of death. I loved the Liberating Cross session this morning. All wonderful theological vistas have been opened for us. Now, concerning Mary MacKillop, Bill, you've stepped us up into another gear. You've moved us away from the mere biography and to a deeper understanding of Mary's core theology, of her incarnational idea of the cross and the liberating cross. I'm tempted to look very more deeply at her own acceptance of her own humanity, but I think, and particularly God's love for the whole of humankind. Remember in the letter she wrote to Kirby, we call it the Ascension letter, it wasn't long before, when she got to Rome, she knew she had to sort of explain to the Roman authorities her motivation and what made her move the way she had. And so one of the very strong things that she said was that she wanted to bring God's love of humankind to the isolated children of the outback. And that was what was motivating her. So I think the material is there too for any one of us to delve and sift through more deeply the meaning of the purpose of her life. I know that in that letter she did have this knowledge of the love of God's love of humanity and God's love for the final outcome. I haven't yet looked at anything she actually wrote about death, but I'm going to do this. Mary, if you like to say she had a dream or a vision, I think it sums up the whole of her aspect of her life.
all I live for is that God's love will reign supreme throughout the earth. Pretty intense, deep vision. All I live for. So she could say that with great truth, that all she lived for was that God's love will reign supreme throughout the earth. I have to thank you too for the reprints. Very handy, very good, it was lovely, and it's good to be able to have what we do have. I love that Eastern view of the human person as the icon of the Trinity. I read it in bed last night. So thank you for the reprints, thank you for our own work, and you've made a great difference to us. And there's one little task for each of us to do. We've been seated on little blue seats. These need to be packed away. So if you are able, would you be kind enough to carry it out and stack it? Perhaps those who are not, someone else might do it for you. I hope you have a safe journey home and a lovely day tomorrow. Thank you.
Is the occasion of further sinning. Here it is not. Here it is not. See, they're just two separate consequences of original sin. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're welcome.
Job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very good. All the areas you opened up for us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Very easy to listen to.
Oh, that's
and not
fine.
a heavy theologian. So thank you. You're great.
Okay, thank you.
Good word.
Nice to meet you. Good luck to you now. Okay.
Thanks very much, Bill, and all the
you're
best.
welcome.
How long are you staying now? Are you going to stay here?
I'm leaving next Wednesday. Yeah, going back to New York next Wednesday. Yeah. So maybe someday in the future I'll be back. I don't know. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh, yes. No, I shall. Bye-bye.
Wonderful session.
Well, thank you, sister.
Good.
I'm glad.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.